And we have begun. All right.
Who's Sheriff Lee?
That's Sahar's son, I think.
Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, I have to change the name.
That's all right. Sometimes
Not a problem.
Tara has a different name too. It's okay.
Yeah, Barista Tara's other name, pseudonym.
Right, right. Okay, it's 6:02. We have a busy evening, so I'm going to go ahead and read the beginning of the meeting. All right, all? Notice is hereby given of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Town of Westfield, in the County of Union, New Jersey, at 6 p.m. on the evening of Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. The board meeting will be held via an online platform which can be accessed at the board tab of the district website. The meeting can also be accessed by phone at 1-415-655-0001, access code 120-785-6259. The purpose of the meeting is to transact the regular business of the board and any other business to come properly before the board. The board will move immediately into private session to discuss matters rendered confidential by state and federal law. The public portion of the meeting will resume at 7:30 p.m. This is to advise the general public and to instruct that it be recorded in the minutes that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled the Open Public Meetings Act, the Westfield School Board on Thursday, February 18th, 2021, caused to be posted at the office of the Board of Education located at 302 Elm Street, Westfield, New Jersey, and delivered to the Westfield Leader, the Star Ledger, the Westfield Library, Town Clerk of Westfield, Tap into Westfield, and Patch.com, a meeting notice setting forth the time, date, and location of this meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to make public comments twice during the virtual meeting. In the beginning of the meeting, the public may comment on agenda items only, and at the end of the meeting, the public can comment on any topic. At the appropriate time on the agenda, the Q&A window will be opened for public access. If you wish to address the board, please type in your name and address. Individuals who are calling into the meeting and wish to speak can touch *3 to access the raise your hand function, which will notify a staff member that you want to speak. When your name is called, a staff member will unmute your microphone. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the remote meeting, the board president may mute the speaker's microphone. Continued disruptions may result in a removal from the virtual meeting. Dana, can we have a roll call, please?
Sahar Aziz,
Here.
Michael Beelan,
Here.
Brendan Galligan,
Here.
Rob Garrison,
Here.
Layla Morelli,
Here.
Gretchen Olig,
Here.
Tara Porto,
Here.
Sonal Patel,
Here.
Amy Root.
Here. Okay, Mike, would you lead us in a flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Okay, and now for the private session, I would like the board to approve the following resolution. Resolved that the Board of Education move into private session for the purpose of discussing matters rendered confidential by state and federal law, personnel matters, and be it further resolved that any discussion held by the board which need not remain confidential and the results of the discussion will be made public as soon as practicable. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, I think I saw Brendan's hand first. Thank you, Brendan. And all in favor of going to private session? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good. Good. Any not in favor? Okay, we will meet you on the other link in private session. Everyone's here. Good. So we are back in public now, and we've already done the roll call and the flag salute before we left for our private session. So now we will pick up with announcements. I believe everybody has one tonight. Sahara, your name starts with an A, so you're going to be up first, okay? Thank you.
I'm always first, yes. Well, first, I just want to wish everybody a happy Black History Month, and just wanted to recognize that important month today. And please join the Municipal Alliance of Westfield, along with the Albert Anthony Kyle Foundation and the Matthew Thomas Torriella Memorial Fund on Wednesday, March 10th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. For the virtual program, Not My Kid, a father-son parent program with Stephen Hill of Speak Sobriety and his father, Kevin Hill. Stephen worked with Westfield High School students this past October in celebration of Red Ribbon Week, and he is excited to return to Westfield to work with parents this spring. Please register to join this important community conversation by scrolling down to the health and welfare section on the community flyers page on the district website.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, Mike, I believe you're next.
Yes, the Westfield Mental Health Council is holding a free 1-hour virtual session entitled Protecting Our Happy, a resilience webinar on Wednesday, March 10th at 7 p.m. The virtual program will provide practical daily strategies that will empower participants to better navigate the challenges of COVID so they stay healthy. Visit www.westfieldnj.gov/mental health council, that's all one word, for more information. Information on how to register is also posted on the community flyers page under family resources on the district website. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Rob, you have one as well?
I do. Hold on one second. The PTC Gifted Education Committee is hosting a virtual event this Thursday, February 25th at 7:30 p.m. with college advisor Lisa Bleich, who will help students demystify the college application process and focus on their strengths as they think strategically about summer's extracurricular activities and essays, even during a pandemic. The link to register for this free virtual presentation can be found on the community flyers page under family resources on the district website. For questions, contact gandtwestfield@gmail.com or lisa@collegeboundmentor.com. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Layla, you're up next.
The Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Association of Westfield has extended the sale of its Hate Has No Home Here lawn signs. Proceeds will sustain the organization's scholarships and community activism. Visit mlkwestfield.org to learn more.
Great, thank you very much. I've lost the base of my sign. I just have it sticking in the pile of snow in my front yard, but it's visible, so that's good. Thank you for that. Gretchen, I believe you're next.
Yes, so I have the privilege of sharing some of the various activities that are taking place in our schools during Black History Month. So some examples include 2nd grade biographies and 4th grade research papers. The 8th grade chorus at Edison has been diligently working on a video to share with the community, and 7th graders in a social studies class at Roosevelt created a virtual museum exhibit featuring Black Americans who broke the color barrier in their respective fields. The high school will hold a virtual assembly in early March to welcome Westfield High School alumnus Chris Campbell, a 3-time national wrestling champ and a 2-time Olympic champion. And additionally, students continue to explore themes of racial and cultural diversity through grade level text year-round, and at the secondary levels through our No Place for Hate communities.
Thank you, that's great. Okay, Tara, you're up next.
Great, thank you, Amy. This Friday, February 26th, from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m., the Westfield Community Center will present a free live virtual event during which actress Christine Dixon will take viewers on a walk through history as she explores the life of famed abolitionist and humanitarian Harriet Tubman. Visit westfieldcommunitycenter.org for more information.
Sorry, Sonal. Thank you, Tara. Sonal, you're up next.
Westfield High School seniors Grace Enty, Samantha Salve, and Maxwell Skialaba have advanced as finalists in the 2021 National Merit Scholarship Program, having met academic and other standards to become eligible for scholarships, which will be announced in the spring. The program honors students who show exceptional academic ability and potential for success in rigorous college studies. Additionally, Grace Endy joins Westfield High School seniors Mira Mehta and Kaylee Zhao as candidates for the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program, which annually recognizes one young man and one young woman from each state, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico, and U.S. families living abroad. The program, created in 1964, seniors for their accomplishments in academics, the arts, and career and technical education fields. U.S. presidential scholars are expected to be announced in May.
Great, thank you, Sonal. Brendan, I believe you've got one.
Yes, I do. On February 4th, the Board of Education appointed the New Jersey School Boards Association to conduct a national search for a new superintendent, following the announcement in January by Dr. Dolan that she will retire as of July 1st, 2021. Community input on the superintendent search is very important. The NJSBA has created an online community survey, which can be found on the superintendent search page under the board tab at www.westfieldnjk12.org. A separate survey for staff members is posted there as well. Survey responses are anonymous and will be used to develop and shape interview questions and candidate review documents. Thank you for taking the time to assist us in the search for a new educational leader for our schools. This is important. Please complete your input by March 13th, 2021, as that was when the survey will be disabled. Additionally, a virtual meeting link for the community session is scheduled for March 11th, 2021 at 7 p.m. A link to the virtual meeting and all information related to the search can be found on the superintendent search page on the district website. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brendan. And I have one announcement as well. It is that the next meeting of the Westfield Board of Education will be held next Tuesday, March 2nd. The meeting is expected to be held virtually. It will begin at 6:30 p.m. with board members moving immediately into private session before returning for the public portion of the meeting at 7 p.m. I know tonight was a little different. We started at 6, went into private, and came back at 7:30, which used to be our old stomping grounds. But next week we'll resume the public meeting at 7 p.m. again. Instructions regarding remote access to the public portion of the meeting are on the district website at westfieldnjk12.org under the board tab. The complete agenda of the meeting will be available this Friday, February 26th, on the district website, also under the board tab. Okay, typically at this point of the meeting, we would recognize the public for comments on agenda items only. I know we have a lot of people tuning in tonight, and I just want to make a suggestion. Because the next item up on the agenda is a superintendent's report from Dr. Dolan, which will include some information about reopening plan for getting our students in for more time in front of teachers in their schools. We would ask that if you have comments or questions about that particular topic, you might want to wait and let's let Dr. Dolan give her presentation. We'll open back up for comments after that. We can't really engage in back and forth question and answers. I know that can be frustrating, but the setup of a meeting such as this is that we will hear your comments, we'll take them under advisement, and we'll do what we can to address them, but we can't engage in a dialogue in this meeting. There will also be, under the superintendent's report of the agenda item, a budget presentation from our business administrator. So if for any reason you guys have questions about that as well, let's hold that until after the superintendent's report item. I will, did we decide it would be okay if people had questions about any other agenda items other than the superintendent's report? You can ask them now. There will also be a public comment portion later in the meeting where people can comment on any particular item, whether it's an agenda item or not. So right now, Brian has opened the Q&A section. If anyone has comments about agenda items that are not the superintendent's report or the budget, go ahead and ask them now, or you can wait until later in the meeting. But we'll pause here for a minute and see if anyone has comment about public agenda items. I mean, other than those.
Anybody that's interested in asking a question, please type your name and address into the Q&A section, and we'll unlock your microphone in the order they're received.
Right, and if I could just add, because you've typed your name and address in, you actually still need to repeat it when we unmute your microphone, just so it can be captured as part of the public record of the meeting.
All right, Amy, we have Andrea Taylor, 525 Clifton Street.
Right.
Okay, Andrea, you're unmuted. Please remember to give us your name
Yes.
and your address, and you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second countdown.
I have a very quick question. Hi, my name is Andrea Taylor. I'm at 525 Clifton Street. I'm a teacher in the district. I also have a son in the district. And my question is, why does the board continue to meet virtually when we continue to talk about increasing face-to-face contact with the students in school? I'm not giving an opinion pro or con regarding the face-to-face. I just feel that it would be appropriate for the board to be meeting face-to-face, given that we're talking about increasing face-to-face in the classrooms. So that's my question, is why does the board continue to meet?
And I would just add that part of the reason that we are meeting virtually is because the meeting is open to the public, and we don't have controls on the number of people that come and attend our meetings. So in order to be able to accommodate everyone safely with social distancing and mask wearing and allowing people to be active participants, we have felt that it's been safer to conduct them virtually. I hear exactly what you're saying about how it looks when we are asking teachers and students to come back into the schools, but that's been our rationale among ourselves for why we continue to hold these meetings virtually for the time being. We do look forward to a time when we can resume, hopefully sooner rather than later. We prefer the in-person version as well.
Amy, just to reiterate that point, there's over 500 people on this WebEx right now. So we would not be able to do that in person.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments at this point?
Okay, Emily Barker. Emily, I'm going to unmute you now. Again, same thing. Please state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow Avenue. I would just like the board to address the going back to school plans, especially for elementary school students, as I've now heard that several of the surrounding towns, notably Scotch Plains, is going back 5 half days a week as of March 15th. What is the plan for Westfield?
Well, that's the superintendent's report that's coming up as the next item of the agenda. I'm not sure if everybody heard, but we had said if we could hold comments about the reopening plan, we could give Dr. Dolan a chance to lay out her ideas about that in the next item. Okay? Any other comments or questions at this point, or would we all like to hear the superintendent's report?
Please don't engage in back and forth or comments in the Q&A. We're just using that for announcing if you'd like to make a public comment, but we can't have text back and forth.
Okay. All right. Would you like me to begin? Okay. So the forecast for dangerous holiday spikes in COVID cases unfortunately proved true in Westfield. Our regional health officer, Megan Avalone, has calculated that January alone accounted for almost a quarter of the total of the town's cases since last March. And if you were to look at the months of December and January and the number of COVID cases, you will find that 44% of the total Westfield cases since the pandemic began took place in December and January. Those talks about surges were serious. So we did carefully adhere to the state health regulations during all that time, and they dictated caution. The health and safety of our students and staff was and is our foremost consideration. Now, a more hopeful landscape is emerging. We are seeing lower numbers as the longer days of an approaching spring prompt a watchful sigh of relief. Our caution has paid off, and it permits us to move forward with growing confidence. So as reported by the town over the weekend, Westfield is now categorized in the moderate activity level. And with the new CDC guidelines, we can look forward and plan to bring students back for more in-person instruction. Last week, the District Restart Committee met and reviewed options. We're very fortunate to have 3 medical professionals on the committee. Our district physician, Dr. Susan Kay, the Regional Health Officer, Megan Avalone, and our district nursing coordinator, Carol Stavitsky. So we asked for their guidance for the safest ways to welcome students, especially our youngest students, back for more in-person instruction. One thing was made very clear by the medical professionals. Eating is still, eating, if I want to be clear on that, E-A-T-I-N-G, is still considered a very high risk. The guidance is still that students should not remain in school for lunch. The medical experts do believe, however, that there are opportunities to focus on bringing back students, especially our youngest students, by bringing back cohorts A and B for 5 days a week, continuing their regular schedule for the days. So let me focus on our younger students tonight. Our students in pre-K classes and self-contained special education classes already attend school 5 days a week in person. So our plan is for cohorts A and B students in kindergarten, first and second grades to return to school 5 days a week, beginning on March 15th. Principals have been reviewing the parent responses for commitments to hybrid or remote learning to determine the class size for each class. They are working with custodians and teachers to determine how to safely place the desks in each classroom. In some cases, we will not be able to have the 6 feet between student desks, and it will be necessary to install plexiglass dividers. In other cases, because of the size of the room and the number of students, no plexiglass will be required. As you can imagine, with more students arriving at school each day, changes will have to be made to schedules and arrival and dismissal procedures. Building principals will communicate those changes with their school communities as we go forward. Our focus at this point has been on our youngest learners. We've heard from teachers and parents that these are the students who are struggling the most, and we have observed this ourselves. We are also working on plans for inviting cohorts A and B from grades 3 to 5 to return to 5 days a week, and we will announce the projected dates for this in the near future. The middle schools are also examining their schedules and discussing what options exist. This information will be shared with the parents at this middle school level. And as I believe everyone understands, the high school is already welcoming cohorts A and B for 4 days of their 4-hour sessions. The teachers and administrators are very happy to have these students regularly in the buildings. So tomorrow I will send an email to all families and staff of students in kindergarten, first and second grade, communicating the plan for our younger students. And we will continue working to bring back the other students to make sure all of the students are getting the education they need in the safest ways possible. And with that, I'd ask the board if they have any questions.
Dr. Dolan, if I may, through Amy, I do appreciate the time that you took, the health professionals that you mentioned, as well as the teaching staff, the administrators, and others on the call. Sona and I were on the call, or the meeting rather, the virtual meeting. And, we went through a lot of information. There was a lot of questions asked, a lot of things presented. You went through a number of things, and I appreciate the fact that, what you keep going back to and what was stressed at that meeting, as well as the recent releases from the CDC and the guidelines from the CDC, keep reiterating that you can't compromise on the health and safety of students. You can't compromise on things that are recommended by the CDC. And I appreciate what you've done and others in coming up with this plan, because I don't think that we're compromising the health and safety of students at all in order to bring the students back in the way that you've presented so far. One thing that we talked about at the meeting, though, that maybe that you didn't hit on today, if you could just talk very briefly about, is the issue, because it was a big issue that was brought up a number of times over the past week or so, is plexiglass. I know that even the health professionals talked about that, and the use of plexiglass, and even the efficacy, the efficiency, and even the results of using plexiglass in the classroom setting.
Sure. So, as we've heard from various parents, they're absolutely right when they talk about different districts who have already been, who've already had students in 4 or 5 days a week in a variety of different ways. There are about 590 districts in the state, and I think there are about 590 plans. Yeah. So from the very beginning, we took literally the guidance from the CDC. Other districts listen to the American Academy of Pediatrics. Right, the CDC says 6 feet. The new guidance from CDC changes that a bit with an asterisk. But from the beginning, the American Academy of Pediatrics has said 3 feet and also suggested the use of plexiglass. So what our principals have been starting to do, and will continue to do, is looking at what type of plexiglass works in each situation, right? So for preschool, for kindergarten, it's a different situation for the older students. It also depends on what type of desk you have. And when that plexiglass is up, obviously, it requires regular, not only cleaning, but disinfecting, and that will certainly be parts of the procedure. One way I think we benefited, there have been the districts that are mentioned around us that have already started bringing back, have already had their students back with plexiglass, and we've learned from them, right? I certainly have spoken with the superintendents, our principals have spoken with principals. Our teachers, some of our teachers have students in those other districts, and they know the procedures that have gone on. And we do know that there have been no transmissions in those schools. As a matter of fact, in our general area, the only transmissions that have gone on in schools have had to do with students eating. And that has been the problem. But the schools that have brought in students have had the plexiglass. I have asked the health professionals, I've asked the educators, and there have been no transmissions within the school. So very important that we do learn that information. We do learn from others who have been using this, and they've been very helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Dolan.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to follow up on the plexiglass by asking you, Dr. Dolan, since the CDC is changing its guidelines regarding the amount of distance we need, does the plexiglass change the consideration of what would be a close contact? So for, right. You understand? Right. Okay.
I do. Good question. And we did ask that question. Thank you. So if a child is in a class and there is plexiglass, but it's 4 feet, it's not 6 feet, right? Or it's 5 feet, or it's 5.5 feet. It's anything but 6 feet. So let's just say it's 5 feet. 5 feet between students, and there is plexiglass. The rules at this point still are that anybody who was within that 6 feet has to be quarantined. Okay, so it is different. And again, the CDC hasn't changed the 6 feet. They've added an asterisk, right, but they've kept the 6 feet, just as it's kept in every other aspect of our lives, right? Whatever line we're on outside of school, it's 6 feet. So they're allowing it with every other precaution, right? It's not just the plexiglass, it's the mask, it's everything else, it's the washing of the hands. But if you are within less than 6 feet, anybody within that will be quarantined if there is a positive case. And that is what has been going on in the districts that have employed anything less than 6 feet.
Okay, and I just wanted to add, Rob was talking about how grateful he is to you and to everyone on the Restart Committee, as am I, because I know that you can't, somebody is not happy, somebody is scared, somebody is upset. All the time, you can't please everybody, but the safety of the students is the most important, and I really do. I see that from the district. I just wanted to add that at myself, and I'm sure I'm speaking for most of the board, the staff safety is also really important for us. And we are so appreciative for everything the staff has done for the physical and mental health and safety of our children as well. And I just wanted to say that as well.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm going to agree with you on 2 points. For one, our staff has been there since September, right? And they have been there. They have completely changed the way they work. And they have also been ever mindful of not only the safety, which they are. I mean, they're to a person, they are paying attention to what is safe. But they've also been really aware of the social and emotional needs of their students. And I really appreciate all their efforts. The other thing, I think you bring up a great point. Not all parents have the same point of view. Why would they think they would, right? There are some parents who recently were emailing me quietly. They didn't copy anybody else, and they just said, I'm so afraid you're not going to allow remote learning anymore. Because my family still has people who are immune compromised, and we need to be remote. And there are so many stories out there. There is not one answer for anyone, but we're trying our best. Everyone is trying their best. And the main thing is the pandemic isn't over. It's different again. The numbers are down, but absolutely everyone has to be safe. And so, for example, tonight, as you know, I've announced kindergarten first and second. I would imagine one question would be, well, why aren't you just doing all of elementary? Because we want to do it right. We want to do it safely. And we will bring in the other grades, but we want to do it gradually, get it right. It's in the details. It's absolutely in the details. We had 110 details to open school in September, and we still have more details in order to bring more students back. We take this very seriously for the health of everyone.
Dr. Dolan, so thank you for your report tonight. Thanks to Rob and Sonal too for serving on the committee. I appreciate it. The logistics of what have to happen, I guess, in the next, between now and March 15th, just sort of thinking through it is, we're talking about emptying physical spaces, measuring, setting up desks, installing plexiglass where it's needed. And the thing that strikes me about, because my question was just what you addressed, which is, okay, so do we have a sense of timing for 3rd through 5th grade? And I recognize that, not only is our enrollment in Westfield unique, but our enrollment among the 6 elementary schools varies greatly. So it may well be that there's an elementary school where it's an easier implementation than other schools, right?
Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you the unfair question, because you just said you don't know. Do you anticipate, was there some conversation among the principals, the elementary school principals, among the Restart Committee about how much longer may be required? Are we, in terms of getting the rest of the grades in there, or is it just, let's get this started and see how it plays out? Or is it sort of concurrent? Are those things happening concurrently? 3rd through 5th is working while K through 2 is getting up and running.
Right. I think we decided, first of all, the elementary principals throughout this year, let me just say they're all exhausted. I don't know how they could work any harder. And boy, do they take this seriously. You cannot imagine the emails I get from them and the hours of day and night and the holidays I get them, because they care. They absolutely care. And they're determined to do this right for the kids. And they work side by side with the teachers. So, at first, I think we thought we could go, K to 5. I think that was one of our thoughts, but we can't. We have to get all the details right. My guess is once we do K to 2 correctly, we will have learned enough to move it up to 3rd to 5th without too much difficulty. That's my guess, but I don't guess with the safety, so that's why we're not announcing a date right now. And you're absolutely right. So first of all, we have different size classes because in some schools there are more parents who are choosing remote than other schools. So there are those differences among schools. And then there are also, we have some schools that are over 100 years old, and we have some schools that are 60 years old, and they have different size classrooms. And I will tell you, if you were to speak to any of the principals, they could tell you, and the custodians who've been working with them and some of the teachers, they can tell you exactly how they can fit and what works, and it is easier in some schools rather than others. So there have been a lot of conversations regarding that. Yes, and there'll be more to make sure all the details are worked out and everybody is safe.
So although there may be some, sort of a phase-in process for the different grades, we are hopeful that we can sort of view it in bands by classes, as opposed to this school is going to open 1 through 5 and this one can only open 1 and 2, but to create sort of a greater sense of consistency and to allow the principals to learn from each other and collaborate. Is that right?
Yes, we think that is fairer, right? If my child happens to go to this neighborhood school, why would it be different than if they went to this neighborhood school? So we're working that all of the schools are working on, K to 2 or 1 to 2 in the elementaries and kindergarten in Lincoln.
And it's also worth noting, talking about K to 2 first, if we had to figure out all the logistics for K to 5, it would still be a question mark. But by limiting the scope of what we're looking at, we're able to get kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade back with a definitive date instead of a as soon as possible date. Right, and you're absolutely right. And again, I mentioned it briefly when I spoke. It's in the details, right? If you were to just say all grades 1 to 5, that's a very different arrival and dismissal than we have right now with just cohort A or just cohort B, right? If you were to just open up to grades 1 to 5, the halls inside the school look very different. And you really have to continue to be careful about the distancing. So we didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable saying, let's just do all of it and get it done. We have to do it right. We will do it gradually. We will not drag it out. We will do it as quickly and safely as we can. So are we looking at staggering start times once we get to the next level?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Brenda.
Are we looking at staggering start and dismissal times by grade level when we get to the next stage, so that we don't have huge influxes of kids in the hallways at the same time?
We might. It also depends on the school building, right? So there are schools with a sufficient number of entrances where we can do that. So the principals are definitely thinking about that for the lower grades and have in mind what might happen with the upper grades, but focus on the lower grades right now.
Mm-hmm.
Sahar, I think you had a comment? Yes.
First, thank you very much, Dr. Dolan, and thank you to Rob and Sonal and the Restart Committee. I know this is a challenging time for all of us. So I have, because we have about 595 people on the call right now, I'm going to try to ask a couple questions in an attempt to preempt, because I know we're going to open it back up to the public. And who knows, maybe we'll be here till 3 a.m. But just a couple questions that I anticipate might be asked. The first is, actually one's a clarification. So the kindergarten 1st and 2nd are going to be open half days, 2 sessions a day, is that correct?
No. Let's do 1st and 2nd, they're a little easier. 1st and 2nd basically are in school 4 hours, 4-hour day, right? So the A and B students will all come in the morning for 4 hours.
So the full class that wants to be there in person will be in the classroom for 4 hours together.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
And then
Are
the
we still
kindergarten is-
anticipating afternoon check-in too? Sorry, go ahead,
Yes.
Dr. Dolan.
Yes, we are. The afternoon check-in will remain the same, yes. It might be different, but it will still exist. Kindergarten, just remember, is a little bit different since it's a half-day program. They do not have 4 hours each, right? So the kindergarten schedule will remain the same. But if you are in what's considered kindergarten AM, you will come, if you are an A and B and your parent wants you to come in 5 days a week, you will come in 5 days a week for those hours. If you are what is considered kindergarten PM, and your parent wants you to come in 5 days a week, you will be coming in during those, whatever that schedule is for all 5 days.
Okay, so when we expand to the 3rd through 5th, it would be expected it would be the same, where essentially all of A and B, the cohort that wants to be is hybrid right now and wants to be in person 2.5 days, or 2 days, 3 days, they will now all be in the classroom 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. Is that correct? With the plexiglass and then social distancing to the extent it's feasible with the size of that particular classroom.
That's correct.
So the other question is, when is the restart committee meeting again, which presumably will then lead to give us a little bit of guidance on the timeline for 3 through 5?
That has not been scheduled yet.
Okay.
And Dr. Dolan, can I just add to Sahar's point, and I mentioned this the other day when I was on the Wilson School PTO, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Dolan, but I don't think I am on this, is that the opening and closing of the schools and the schedules isn't dependent on the restart committee, but we try to be part of the process. It really is the various people that we've mentioned in the past. It's Dr. Dolan, it's Megan Avalon, it's the county, it's the state, it's the federal guidelines. So we certainly want to be as helpful and assist in every way we possibly can, but we won't hold up anything, nor do we necessarily push anything that otherwise would be decided by the superintendent with the others consulting.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could just give, and again, I'm trying to anticipate some questions to save some time, but what are some of the factors that are going to contribute to the timing of when to expand it to 3 to 5? In other words, is it, for example, the infection rate of kids will go up of first and second graders, giving us an indication that perhaps this isn't working as well, or is it we can get the plexiglass quickly, or what are some of the factors that are going to be taken into consideration that can at least help determine, we're talking about 2 to 3 weeks after first or second, or are we talking possibly 4 to 6 weeks after first or second? Because I know that that's something that parents, particularly of those through 3rd through 5th, are going to be asking.
Sure. I think it's more the second part, the practical part of it. How can we get the classrooms up? How can we make sure we have the plexiglass that's necessary to keep everyone safe? I think it's more that. Now, having said that, your first part, we're going to hope that we continue on a good path with COVID numbers, et cetera. Yeah. And we're going to hope that as the spring comes and the weather gets warmer and we're not all cooped up in our houses, that it gets better and better, right? If those things change, that absolutely impacts everything, right? And all we do then is we follow what the federal government says and what the state government says. But short of that, to your question, it is more just the practicalities of, can we get the plexiglass that we need for those particular rooms that's effective for that classroom with those students, et cetera. Those are some of the practical questions to make sure that we can do that. Because we have to pay attention to getting the right thing. What you need in preschool is not what you're going to need in 5th grade.
And to what Amy mentioned, it appears that the objective is to open up 3rd through 5th at the same time at all schools.
Yes, that would be the plan as of now, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Dolan, it's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, just first, for a lot of the parents that are on the call, just want to let you know, we have been monitoring the social media so that it isn't forgotten, and there have been hundreds of questions posted on there, and many of these questions were passed on to Dr. Dolan to consider in her reopening plan. So I just wanted to make that point that we're monitoring everything as far as comments that come through email, what's on social media, and comments like that. And I just want to, most of the comments you've made thus far have covered a lot of areas, but just if we could, a couple of quick items that we can. One question was, we have the 4-hour session, and why can't children go home for lunch and come back for an afternoon session?
Right, I think that might work for some families and students, but it does not work for all families and students. So that really is the reason for that. I know I got letters from some parents, and I understand they would be willing to do that and interrupt their day, but it just does not work for all of the families, and that would be the reason why. It's not fair to the students whose parents could not do that, could not stop their day or come home from their job and come and pick them up and bring them home.
Doctor, it's Tara. Just on that note, I'm still a little bit confused about the distinction between snack and lunch.
Sure.
I know that my daughter is having snack for 15 minutes with the same food items that she would have brought, or almost all of the same food items she would have brought, and that they are drinking from their water bottles and they're eating out of their goldfish bags. So, and I also know that the lunch period, at least for Wilson, was almost the same amount of time. The actual eating time frame was either 15 or 20 minutes, and then they would go to recess. So can you talk a little bit about what other rationale there is for still keeping it only a 4-hour day? Does it have to do with the remote learners or the check-ins? Is it more than just the eating? Because if it's only the eating, I'm just not clear on that distinction between snack and lunch, as I said.
Right, so anyone who was on the Restart Committee knows that I asked that very specific question because parents are asking it. So the medical professionals on the committee were very clear that if students are having snack, they should be having it outside. Their mask should be on except when they are eating or taking a sip of something. And one of the things they told me when I said, well, what is the difference between snack and lunch? Lunch is longer. And they also said that you can't have the students talking when they are having their snack. They shouldn't be doing that. They were adamant that what they were worried about, Robert Sonal can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard in them was what they were worried about more than anything was the eating. That's how it spread. That's how it was spread in the holidays when people gathered for the holidays. That was how it was spread at the Super Bowl parties. That's how it was spread in some schools, not in Westfield, but some schools where they were allowing eating, and that's how it was transmitted among students, was because they were eating. And what I heard in the voices of the 3 medical professionals was that is the high risk, the eating together. So they were really very clear on that. And the snacks should be outside. Again, the mask should be on except when they're eating. They should be outside even when it's cold, as it has been. They were very clear on that.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add on to that, I think the main issue was the time, with the snack being less than 15 minutes, which has been also per guidelines, I don't want to say acceptable, but a time frame that less transmission as opposed to lunch.
Right, you're absolutely right.
And that was another
just to piggyback on other questions I've seen either in emails or online. If snack is okay, then what about 2 snacks and a longer day, 5 hours instead of 4 hours? Or not quite a full day, because that's the need for lunch is stronger there, but a second snack period to break things up at the lower levels.
I think I have to just be honest. I did not ask about a 5-hour day with 2 snacks, probably because, that would. I didn't for a number of reasons, including I don't know that would be a good thing for first graders. The 4-hour days are kind of packed tightly with with instruction there. I mean, the teachers are working to give them breaks, to let them move a bit, to to have a change. But the 4 hours is rather focused time. And also, as I mentioned before, we were looking at the districts that are mentioned, to be models that we should be doing what they're doing. Those districts have 4-hour sessions and the students go home for lunch. And actually the medical professionals were clear about that as well, that the districts they work with, they're not staying for lunch. They're going in, they're having the instruction, and they are going home for lunch because eating together is a high-risk activity.
As we
for
move
every
back to
person who
5 days, will any of the Y wrap programs continue or resume? I know they've been operating differently or not at all this year.
Yeah, I think they've been operating differently this year. They are always very good to work with. So if there is something that they would like to work with us on, I'll be very glad to do that. But I think you're absolutely right. They have been working differently this year because they have to follow the rules as well. And I think they've been creative about it. But if any of those programs thinks they could work with our new schedule, they can certainly reach out to us and we'll work with them.
One of the other questions that I've seen frequently is about the Wednesday schedule, where kids are essentially online 5 days a week, 5 hours and 40 minutes that day, and they need some sort of break. I'm not sure what grade they were speaking to. It doesn't specify, but
Yeah.
Are there any plans to adjust that?
Sure. I believe they're speaking about middle school, Mike. And yes, I think, yes, today I spoke with one of the intermediate principals, and yesterday I spoke with the other one. And they are working with their leadership teams in their buildings, and they're working cooperatively. And that is one of the first questions that they're asking, because they've heard that too. Is there something we should be doing differently on Wednesday? And I believe they are going to be reaching out to parents to get the parents' point of view as well. So if the parents can be just a little bit patient. They're working with leadership teams now, and then they're going to reach out to parents to get the parents' sense of what might be the best for middle school students.
Okay. And then two other related questions. One really had to do more, which we haven't really discussed, but hopefully it answers a lot of questions, is sports. And Governor Murphy made the decision that we can now have some sort of attendance by parents at various indoor sporting events. I've heard wrestling and basketball, parents that are interested in. I want to know if you could speak to that in any way.
Yes, we have, through the pandemic, gotten very specific directions regarding sports from Trenton. Yes, our athletic director has been following all the guidance. And in fact, some parents were able to attend as per the state directives. So that's already underway. Again, the 6 feet still holds, not moving around. I mean, there are a lot of rules. There's a limit as to how many there can be. It generally might be senior parents only. You have to have the 6 feet. You have to have the right entrance, and nobody is walking around. There's not to be cheering. I mean, there are a lot of rules. But yes, we have started to implement what Trenton has sent out for regarding sports.
Okay. And the one final question is really related to, I think it's more at the high school where, and I'm not totally clear on the issue, but there are some students where if they go back full time, the way their schedules are set up, because they have a lab, they might not be able to go back 5 days a week because it would conflict with the labs that they have. And I'm not totally clear on what the reasoning is on why they can't go back. Maybe you can clarify.
I'm not quite clear either. In general, the
Okay.
labs are in the afternoon, but I'm not sure why that would preclude people from going back. But I'll be glad to ask.
And the addendum to that, and hopefully we're done with the snow, but the question was, why do we have to not have off of?
I think you just muted, but I'm going to try to read your mind. I think what you're going to ask me is when we have had to go to remote days, Why did we just go for the 4 hours in the morning and not the afternoon? Because I know I did hear that from some parents.
That is correct.
Okay. See that? I can read minds now. You know, it's really interesting. I wrote this to the board in my notes on Friday. There are many thoughts about snow. I mean, there are parents who are still upset that I have not closed school every time there was snow. There should have been full snow days, right? And then I've had parents who thought I called it too early. There are those who said I called it too late. And there are those who say that it shouldn't be just the morning, it should be the full day. When there has been a lot of snow, I have called. Remember, this is the only year that remote days have been allowed in New Jersey. So maybe I'm not an expert on it yet, right? So when there has been a lot of snow, on those days, I did call to focus on the 4 hours of instruction, because some parents were complaining their kids needed to play in the snow. Some parents were complaining that they needed to shovel out themselves and they couldn't stay with the kids. And I was trying to find a happy medium. I'm not sure that's right. Actually, the only reason why we can even do remote days this year is because it's allowed under the executive order for the pandemic. If the state legislators in New Jersey don't change the law, next year, if it snows and it's not safe, it will be snow days. So if we didn't have the option to go remote this year, we would be taking days out of spring break at this point, right? But just this year with the option for remote. I can think more. I'm hoping, I looked at the weather, of course. I don't see anything in the next 14 days that will cause anything in school, but we certainly can think more about if we do have more days where it would not be safe for people to travel, could there be afternoon sessions as well? We can take a look at that. Sure.
Just a point on the virtual snow days. 3 or 4 years ago, there was a district up in Sussex County that had 29 snow days, and they attempted to make up some of them with a virtual day. Actually, they did 7 virtual days, and the state said no and made them repeat the days because it wasn't authorized under law. So it is something the state takes very strictly, what they count a snow day, what they count a school day, what they don't count as a school day. And if it weren't for Murphy's executive order or the pandemic itself, it wouldn't even be a point of discussion this year.
You know, Dr. Dolan, if I could just revisit one more thing, because part of it was something that Michael brought up, and it was discussed partly at Restart and also in other discussions of late, is that, you know, when it comes to lunch in the schools too, we can't possibly have the same type of lunch setup that has been done in the past for a number of reasons, including just the ability with some construction and other things going on in certain schools, or the setup to construction that's going to happen in some of these schools. And so, you know, when you look at lunches in the past, the teachers also get their lunch break during lunchtime. And so there's also a staffing issue. You can't have lunch in all the schools because you simply don't have the ability to staff it, because you don't have the larger rooms to utilize. And so you can't have staff in every room to cover for teachers when they're taking their lunch break. And also, this is a little bit of an aside. When you look at the release of the report that was on Monday from the CDC and from a couple of other groups, the largest rate of transfer of COVID is actually from teacher to teacher during lunch breaks, because they didn't have the space to actually eat their lunch. And so, you know, that's also a consideration. It's not just lunch for the students, is what do the teachers do? Where can the teachers have their lunch? And is that you're able to do that safely in the workplace as well? So there's so many factors that are involved that really go into it, that it's not just simply eating lunch at the desk and whether it's 5 minutes more than snack time or not. A lot of logistics that go into that discussion and that topic.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And I'd just like to reiterate too that you know, we have had a lot of feedback from parents who had suggestions, who've heard of something being done in another district. And I just wanted to repeat that Dr. Dolan and the administrators in our district have considered pretty much everything, I would think, an awful lot anyway. And so, although something may sound like a great idea and kind of, you know, the golden goose that will save everything for us and make everything able to be back to normal again. There's a lot of factors that are being weighed here, and a lot of people have different opinions. And so you have plenty of people who wish that their kids could be in school more, and we have some people who feel that, you know, they're spending enough time in front of screens as it is. We're always, you know, for the rest of the year, we're probably going to have a portion that need to go remote. So screens are going to be part of the experience for, you know, at least the next few months. So do we want to increase time in front of screens or not? There's just a lot of factors there. So I just wanted to thank you for your thoughtfulness, Dr. Dolan, and for attempting to balance the needs of everybody, because there's also people that we haven't heard from, and Dr. Dolan is trying to take their needs and their concerns into account as well.
Amy, can I ask
you
one more question, just because, again, I'm trying to think. Dr. Dolan, because the suggestion about 5 hours with 2 breaks, it's actually the first time I've heard that suggestion, so that's interesting. Is there a staffing issue related to that, or would that be something that would hit up against, for example, teachers having to take lunch at a certain time, or anything of that nature? Is that really up to the discretion of the school district or you ultimately, in terms of whether it's 4 or 5, and considering obviously the ability of students to concentrate without eating lunch, you know, as opposed to 2 snacks? But do we have a staffing / kind of teacher issue on that front?
Yeah, I would think we would. I mean, to be honest, I think I didn't even get there for the reasons you said. I was focused on what's best for the students, you know, and the 4 hours, concentrated 4 hours, I think is better than going on to 5. Again, it's something we can discuss, but I think you're absolutely right. The first part is, you know, what's best for the students, and then if we got through that, then and what is best, right, appropriate for the staff as well, right? So I think you're absolutely right. We'd have to think through that. I don't have the answer, but the first thing, is it right for the students, and the second thing is absolutely, and what does that do for the staff? The staff who, I have to reiterate this, the staff who have been working hard since September, the staff who have been in our schools since September working with students. I know that hasn't been the case all over the place, but it has been the case in Westfield. Our staff had been there, and they were there from the very beginning in September, and they were focused on what was best for the kids. So I don't want us to lose sight of that at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think Rob shared with some of us a great article that said, you know, getting the kids back in schools. The kids have been in schools, and the teachers have been teaching all along, as best they can, and with all of their energy and their intent. And we really do appreciate that. So I think there's obviously a nostalgia and a desire for as much of the pre-COVID experience as possible, but we have to really keep in mind safety and health and our entire community. So we're very grateful that you're doing that. Other comments about this from board members at this point? We hadn't talked about this. We had talked about the superintendent's report and then comments. Do we want to do the budget at this point and then allow comments on both? No, do comments on the reopen plan?
I think
and then move on.
I think it's just going to get confusing. Yeah, I think you should take public comments on the restart plan and then do the budget after.
I agree.
Okay, all right. So Brian's going to open the Q&A window, and just to repeat, because we may have some people here who weren't here at the very beginning, if you would like to make a comment, please type in your name and your address. When your microphone is unmuted, if you could please restate your name and your address, and be mindful of a 3-minute limit so we could try to hear from as many people as possible. And the other thing I just want to reiterate is that we really can't get into a back and forth dialogue to the extent that we think we can address something in order to move along. We will attempt to do that, but this portion of the meeting is for public comment. Okay.
Okay, we have our
looks like-
first comment from Marissa Perlman. Marissa, I'll unmute you now. Again, please give your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes. Go
Hi,
right
my
ahead.
name's Marissa Perlman, 1023 Columbus Avenue. I have a daughter at Lincoln at kindergarten. I am also on a reopening committee and on an ed leadership for a very large school network. So we've been working on some of these issues. I was wondering why we haven't considered returning kindergarten to our half-day model. Currently, our youngest learners are only in school for about an hour and a half a day. And that time also has specials and snack and break. And it's, I was wondering if we're considering lengthening their day to be 4 hours like the rest of the grades.
Right. We couldn't lengthen it to 4 hours a day, but we can certainly talk about changing it in some fashion. Yes, we could look at that.
And bearing in mind too that one of the factors that that may play a part is transportation for some of our students, I believe, right, Dana? That is kind of an issue when we change the schedule. It may not affect most of us. We're not a very sort of traditionally considered a busing district the way some are, but there are a surprising number of more buses than you might expect.
That's correct.
Our next comment is from Jason Lillian. Jason, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is Jason Lillian from 1035 Seward Avenue. I have 2 questions. I have 2 children at the Tamacos Elementary School. And apologies, this is my first Board of Education meeting. So I guess I have a question around the decision on first and second grade. It's my understanding that those are the most heavily populated grades in our elementary schools. So I guess I'm just wondering, how does that, bleed into the strategy for then bringing back 3, 4, and 5 if they are in fact less populated? And then my second question is there's a comment that Dr. Dolan made in her opening statement about learning a lot from the surrounding towns and the surrounding districts. And I want to know, why aren't we leading? Why are we following? We moved here from an urban area for the quality of the schools. Frankly, we feel let down. And I would really much prefer to see us in a leadership position as opposed to a following position. Thank you.
Actually, the enrollments in the different grades differ a bit by school. It's not exactly the same from school to school. We focused on the younger children because that's where we believe that more of our students are struggling, the younger students. It may be easier in some places to move to 3rd through 5th when those classes are smaller, but that's not going to be the case across the board. And as for leading, honestly, I think we're leading in teaching. I think we've, even before the pandemic hit, we had invested a great deal in professional development for our teachers. So I think where we're leading is our teachers are doing a good job. I know that doesn't make people, I know it's frustrating for parents because your students are home more. I do understand that. But I do think our teachers and our technology, I think we're doing a good job there. But I understand the parent frustration, and we're trying to move on that.
Next comment is from Darren Composto. Darren, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Darren Composto, 929 Columbus Avenue. My question is, at the high school level, a lot fewer kids are electing to go the hybrid model. And I think part of the reason for that is the in-school experience, where you still are required to be on your headphones and on screens. It's not a very positive experience for the kids. So assuming that we're going to keep remote for quite a while, at least as an option for people, when are we going to be able to move to the point where the students in school are having a more in-school experience? And by that, I don't mean no masks, I don't mean no social distancing, I mean no headphones and no screens, because as long as these kids are going into school and it's still screen time, they're still going to complain and not want to go into school. Thank you.
So the high school is very different than the other levels, right? Not just in Westfield, across districts. I was talking to the county superintendent yesterday, and he was talking about that. It is different at the high school. I will say, since we brought back hybrids A and B to the high school, it's been a few weeks now, there has been a bit of a shift in the high school. It's still, there still are not many children compared to a normal year, but there is a shift. There is more life in the high school right now. I've heard that from teachers. I've heard it from administrators. I've even heard it from a few parents. So I think that's changing. But will we get rid of the headphones and the laptops? I mean, the fact is we have to. We are required to allow remote learning right now. And remote learning is a bit different at the high school level than the other levels. But I will say, there is more life in the high school now since we brought back both cohorts. And I would also say that I'm interested to see what happens. We've asked parents to commit for marking period. I'm interested to see what happens in marking period 4. Marking period 4, the weather will be warmer. Hopefully the numbers will be lower in COVID, and hopefully we'll have more students coming back, and I'm sure that will change the way we are working.
Next question is from Allison Schreier. Allison, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm Allison Schreier at 905 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm a first grade teacher, and I'm also a parent of a second and fifth grader. I'm thrilled with the idea of welcoming all my students back in class. My question is about one of the challenges of our hybrid model has been teaching students simultaneously in the classroom and at home. If we're now welcoming, say, 19 students into the classroom, but we still have 2 or 3 students at home, is the expectation that we're teaching simultaneously? Is there going to be a virtual teacher? And how are we supporting the social emotional learning of those students that remain solely virtual if there are only 1 or 2 per classroom?
Right. Actually, I had a number of conversations about that today. We're working on it. I wouldn't tell you I have all the answers, but I understand the point completely. The optimists in the group think that we'll start seeing more people who are hybrid come back. I'm sorry, more people who are remote come back. That might be the case, but your point is well taken. In the meantime, we have to pay attention to the social and emotional learning of students who are not here. And it is more challenging if, for example, your numbers are correct with 19 and 2. I understand the point. We are, again, we were working on it today. I don't have all the answers for it. We have some suggestions we're working on, but I don't have all the answers.
Next comment, Vanessa Schwartz, you're unmuted. Go right ahead.
Oh, hi, good evening. Vanessa Schwartz, 812 St. Mark's Avenue. My 2 high schoolers are remote for Q3. It was a tough decision. They decided with my husband and I that they were staying remote for Q3 because there was nobody in school, because they were just basically doing online learning in school as on the computer with the headsets, and they just said, hey, I'm more comfortable at home. So now that they're home, because students like them decided to be home, you have the flexibility to bring back A and B for the 4 days a week. So they took a step out, and it's so ironic. And now they're sitting home while other students can go in because there's only 25% of the children, the students are there. My question is, come Q4, I want them back. I want them, back in school. They want to go back. Will they be able to go 4 days a week if, say, everybody wants to go 4 days a week, or they get down back to the 2-day a week, which goes back to the cycle of being in school and having remote learning in school as opposed to having face-to-face instruction to the students who are in school. I'm sorry that went long. So that's my question. Can my kid go back Q4, and even if everybody else wants to go back, and can they go 4 days a week? Will you allow the high school to have less than 60 between the desks, and will you allow that kind of a population to exist back in the high school?
Right. So, I mean, honestly, in general, everybody wants more students back. We've had discussions regarding that. We are hopeful we're going to have more coming back in Q4, and we will do what we can with the existing rules for safety, you know, as defined by the CDC and JDOH. Within those rules, if we can accommodate and bring everybody back, we're going to do what we can to do that, yes.
Paul Manuski, you've been unmuted. You can go ahead and ask your question now. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Paul Manuski, 635 Glen Avenue. I have a bunch of questions, but I'm only going to ask two. Why are we waiting till March 15th to implement this? Would be my first question. And then the other question is just to disagree with something that was said. I don't think parents want their kids to go back to a full day because of nostalgia. I think that a lot of parents are concerned that their kids are falling behind. So my second question would be to Paul Pinero, where do we stand on February 23rd? Are we behind with everything that has happened? And will longer days or more days in person help us to catch up? Thank you.
Maybe I'll speak first and then Paul can unmute. Paul Pinero can unmute. We're waiting to March 15th to get everything right and to make sure we have to order the plexiglass. And we want to make we want to take other steps to make sure that we're fully ready for the students to come back. Paul, are you able to speak to the other part of the question?
Sure, your timing is good, Mr. Minowski. We've been meeting, when I say we, I mean a bunch of supervisors and myself, particularly ELA and math. At this point, it's maybe daily, twice a day, where we're exchanging progress in measuring where we've been this time of year in the past and where we are now. If we're looking, I mean, you have to think of the different grade spans and what metrics are available, but just a smattering of them, like for example, and I'll be presenting some of this to the SIP committee, which is members of the board, curriculum, instruction, and programs. So I'll be talking with them with more specifics, and then the community, if Dr. Dolan would like, a little later on. But for example, our AP scores I was looking at, just speaking in the high school to start, and they are very much in line with where we had been in previous 4 years. I noticed that a couple of world languages like Mandarin, there were only 2 or 3 students, and that seemed to take a little bit of a hit as an example. But in most cases, we're still having the same percentage of 4.5s, which seems to be sort of like the gold standard or what you're shooting for. You're shooting for students to land in the 4.5s. I will share though that the portion of the 5s in the 4.5 area has fallen a bit into 4s. So our next step is to look at how the nation performed and if they saw some slippage from 5s into 4s. But I'm still happy because what colleges seem to look for is that students fall in that 4-5 category. And of course, they'll take into account that we've been in a pandemic, and they'll look at it comparatively. So I'll be glad to take a look at how New Jersey did as well as the nation, but I'm still happy, at least at the onset, to know that our 4.5s were still pretty much in line. In some cases, we did better than in prior years. I imagine there might have been fewer students, not dramatically, but in some cases there were fewer students that were taking APs last year for a number of reasons. So maybe those that did were more inclined to get higher scores. But in general, that's one metric that we have. Just to sort of span both, just to manage the whole K-12 picture in a K-5 scenario, what we're doing is, as elementary parents know, we have standards-based grading. So this is a mammoth undertaking, but we've got a good handle on how to do it with our information technology office. And what we'll be doing is breaking down. So for example, math in 3rd grade has 12 skill sets. So we'll literally break down each of those skills, see where the students performed last year before the pandemic, let's say, and then where they performed this year on the skills. And, there's an A, a P, an E, and an N indicating where they're at on that continuum. But the bottom line for that is we can then compare 4th grade to fourth grade, for example, and see what skills might have, might have suffered, or what skills we might not be achieving at the same level. So just to give you a sense of what we're looking at the elementary level, and then what we're looking at the high school level, doing the same with course grade distributions. So there's a lot of, once we identified it, I actually started to find it, well, encouraging, but also there's something fun about finally feeling like there's a sense of where we're at in all this, because I share your concern. Hear a lot about learning loss these days, and I'd like, our anecdotal evidence and just watching teachers teach is that we've done really well, and the teachers will tell you they don't see any clear evidence that we have fallen behind or that this isn't working, let's say. And then I could go on, but I won't, for a bit about some other skills that evolve out of this because we're forced into this situation, advocating for oneself, knowing how to do presentations in 3 or 4 different media and modes. So I think that's the most, I've said this to Dr. Dolan recently, one of the most important things we need to know, and it is not just, well, first it's the health of the kids and their wellness, but secondarily, where are we and what are we coming back to once we're back in classrooms and in person full time? And there's a whole lot to that too. I'm so appreciative of our supervisors. They have 2-year plans at this point, but we do have to continue to dig into the metrics and find out exactly what skills we may have to spend a little extra time on next year even. But for the most part, what we've seen is very encouraging.
Well, I heard what you said as far as like the 4 and 5 APs, which students really haven't taken the test yet, so we don't know the results. But I think what I'm seeing just from a lot of parents and their comments are really concerned about the younger set, which I know we're addressing the 1st and 2nd grade right now, but it's the people in the, let's go 1st to 5th and include kindergarten as well, those younger sets where they feel the parents are feeling they're trying to struggle with the screen time or trying to work at the same time, and they might only be getting an hour or 2 at most instruction a day, and the parents feel that they're falling behind in math, they're falling behind in language arts. And I guess really the question is, what are we going to do to go and address that? Because the parents just feel in their own hearts, if you will, that the students just aren't reaching the level that they see their siblings have achieved at that grade level. And that's where they're getting this learning loss, as it's being called. And versus the high school students, they can more rebound from this because they're more self-independent versus the younger set of students.
Okay, yeah. So first, I do agree that there's a certain resilience, or just the older the students, the more they can adapt, I think, and that goes back to why Dr. Dolan is looking, I think, at a K-1-2 start. That's where you first learn to read. You can't. That's the laying the groundwork for everything. One thing I was looking at today with our K-5 interim ELA supervisor is our reading levels. So grade level reading. So we have a couple of different ways of measuring that, but the thing we've relied mostly on in recent years is this Fountas and Pinnell measurement assessment of student grade levels. So what we're doing, and it's coming together pretty quickly, is looking at grade level before the pandemic, and then looking, and we're doing this both for grades and now individual students. So we're going to be able to identify the skills, as I said, through the report cards that we might be lacking in, but we're also looking at identifying the grade level reading of a student prior to the pandemic and after. And so we've come up with a scale as well that goes from being above grade level where the student was, and below where they were, and below grade level. So we're playing with those kinds of metrics. We're actually just coding them now to figure out, like, what will a 1 mean, a 2 mean, but we will know what the students need, because as some of the SIP members have been talking about, we're hoping that we can apply some of the CARES money, the CARES 2 funds that we're getting from the federal government, towards some kind of supplemental instruction. Could be summer school and some more additional supplemental support next year even, depending upon where the resources wind up going. But we will be able to identify students that are not at the level that normally they would be at. So I feel that the board and the community will be pretty happy that the metrics we present will be solid enough to know where you can feel confident, okay, we know what students need help, we have a plan for helping them, and we're going to do it. So there's really two pieces, there's two objectives. One is to find out what has been effective in teaching overall, and that's by looking at the skill levels. And then there's looking at every single student's, particularly reading levels, but also how they're doing in math as well. That's how we're going to come up with our enrollments for these kinds of academic support, this kind of academic support that we're going to have to provide. It may be bigger than we've had in the past. I expect it's going to be, but I will have hard data so that if you hear me a few weeks from now or a couple months from now tell you that our numbers for that need academic support and supplemental instruction are not that bad, I'll have the metrics to back that up.
Paul, just to jump in, I know that you and I had emailed about this. So the F&P testing is still going on. And we're going to comparatively look at it, not based on a child's individual progress, but comparatively, what do the third graders look like last year in terms of their level compared to third graders this year, what they look like.
Right. So, and we also have that Literably program, by the way. Yeah, and that is aligned with F&P. So we can almost use data from both and still consider it aligned. So right now, the way I'm seeing it, but I want to also have I'd like to have Liz Riley reinforce it, but where I'm seeing it right now is there's the report cards are what will help us break down the skills as far as individual skills and where students are at. So we'd be in effect evaluating the skills, like how well we're doing in particular skills. And that would be so that we can reteach or we have to reteach en masse, to a bigger audience.
Right.
And then there's the individual. So what I spoke to Liz Riley about today was this idea of breaking down for the individual students. She had already started doing it for one of the schools, and she showed me the example of last year's grade level reading, because we keep these, we've done this for a few years now. We have the grade levels, obviously, but the thing is now we have them aligned longitudinally. So we've been using F&P for a long while, Fountas and Pinnell. So we will have for the individual students what they're, be able to identify them for support. If we can use the same metric, meaning Fountas and Pinnell, to also individually identify skills, I think I need to speak with Liz a little bit more on that. I'm not sure if we're set up to do that or if we can, maybe. Does that make any sense, Layla?
It does. I just, I mean, none of this makes any sense, but yes, it does. But I just, I think that the parents are curious, and as a board member, I'm curious also just to see in general if the reading levels are, on average what they were prior to pandemic, not based on individual children, but like just as a whole. And I think in general also that information is shared with the parents, like your child is reading at this level and, very specific, because I think the more information you have, is beneficial, whether it's good news or news that you're not happy with. I think it's helpful for advocating for your child.
Okay, I hear you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think for the elementary in particular, we sort of done a practice run with trimester 1, because last year, trimester 1, we were fully in person, and this year we were hybrid. The problem with that, even though we have that data handy now, is last year when we were in person, it was the first time the teachers were using the new report card system. So they were still feeling that out. And then this year, so we had the hybrid, and we might have actually had a higher confidence level in how we were grading than they did even when we were in person, which is an odd thing to think. But we've seen that in a number of ways, that teachers, and that's a whole other story, but teachers seem to be teachers clearly gained a lot of confidence by September in grading as opposed to last spring. And that's for a number of reasons. But so yeah, I think we'll be able to provide that information, and we're going to look at marking trimester 2 and 3, but I think 2 I'd like to release, and that's something that we can look at, globally as a community, and then individually we might be able to do that. At the end of the year, for sure, we'll be able to provide that information. There'll be end of the year assessment going on as well, and that's been condensed not to interfere too much with instruction. So like the math end of year assessments have been dramatically condensed, but still targeted at the at the skills for each grade level.
I just wanted to tell the public that so that you all know, this is actually on the agenda for curriculum and instruction on the committee. So we are paying attention to this. And so we really appreciate that question, because we understand that's a big concern for all of us, including those of us who are on the board who are parents. And then the second is just to tell you the obvious is, I think that make sure you talk to the teachers of your children, right? And the more that you can communicate with them, right, and find out if there's anything that I mean, I've been doing the same thing. But anyway, I appreciate that question. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Dr. Dolan. But yeah, it's definitely something we're paying attention to.
Paul, real quick.
If we could maybe just reiterate that the Q&A section is for typing in your name and address, and not for typing in questions. I know we're going to try to get you back to 3 minutes and public comment, but we figured this is kind of an important topic and people wanted to hear more about it. So as soon as we wrap this up, let's try to get back to the public portion of the meeting. Yeah, go ahead, Brendan. Sorry.
Paul, if we're looking at identifying kids that might need summer school or some kind of summer enrichment, when are we going to be making those decisions, and when will the data be available to help us?
Right.
I assume starting at the SIP level, but then any other committees that it needs to filter through.
Yeah, I think there's 2 parts to it. I think we'll have a good sense of it after say the second trimester, if we're talking about the elementaries, which is where I think we would see the most, that's the likelihood where you'd see something like a summer school, I think. So we'll have, I think, preliminary data by the end of the second trimester, which is mid-March. So we'll have the data, and then we'll have to play with it a little bit. So end of March. But I know for sure that Liz D'Alessandro for math really is depending on the end of year assessments. So we'll have a good sense of it. We might even be able to give parents a heads up as to whether or not we think their student is going to qualify for that kind of support. There might be some additional adjustments made, say, after end of the year assessments, which by definition will happen pretty late.
And would any of these programs be considered mandatory, or would they be completely parent optional?
Yeah, right now we're just assuming they would be optional.
Thank you.
May I suggest we go back to public comment?
Okay, next we have Alexandra Liggett. Alexandra, you're up. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Alexandra Liggett. I live at 800 Kimball Avenue, and I have a comment and then a couple of questions. So I've heard resoundingly from everybody speaking about the health and the welfare of the children. And I just want to preface this by saying that the American Academy of Pediatrics, as well as the Children's Hospital Association, through February of 2021, has been monitoring the outbreaks in 43 states in pediatric patients. And the mortality of COVID currently is between 0% and 0.26%. And the hospitalization rate is between 1% and 2.9%. And the overwhelmingly majority of those children have significant underlying comorbidities. So as somebody else had astutely mentioned, per the CDC data, most of the transmission that is occurring in school is happening between staff, and very little of it is actually happening between students at school. So with this concept in mind, I'm wondering what other kind of innovative or creative ideas has anybody addressed to getting the kids back in more than just a half a day? Because we're coming up on a year of our children having significant disruption in their learning, particularly young children. I'd also like to address the issue of lunch. That's kind of a comment and a question, because the actual risk is not eating, but it's being unmasked in an enclosed, small environment with no good ventilation. I understand that the ventilation systems in the schools have been addressed with UV light. And I was wondering, with plexiglass in place and perhaps staggering lunches in the classroom, in cohorting those lunches, half the class eating, half the class out, and then vice versa, if it's possibility to bring the kids back for a full day, and if that's been addressed. Also, I just also like to also question, why is plexiglass just being ordered now? When I think most hospital environments, most retailer environments, et cetera, have had plexiglass in use since the spring.
So I think, as I mentioned before, the medical professionals were very clear that that eating is a high-risk activity. If that changes, then we can continue to have other conversations and be creative, but that hasn't changed as of last week when we met with them. And as to why plexiglass, yeah, it is true. Plexiglass, I think, was used first with those situations where you were meeting with someone briefly, right? At the checkout counter at the supermarket, and at places where you were just meeting briefly. And some other schools did buy plexiglass earlier, and we did not. That is true.
Okay. Brian, who's next?
Elizabeth Rodriguez, you're next on the list. I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, and thank you for taking my question and comments. So I've heard you say that you're learning from other towns. First off, exactly who are you learning and what have you learned from other towns? Those of us that want our kids in school, that need to have our kids in school because they're falling behind academically, they're falling behind socially. Why aren't you going to these towns that have their kids in school and have had them since September? Even you don't even have to go outside of the town. You can go to our Holy Trinity. They've had their kids in school all since September. I don't understand why they can do it. And I'm sure that they don't have the resources and the funding that the Westfield public school system has. How can they do it and do it successfully, and yet we can't? It's very humbling to me to think that this town that I moved into 13 years ago with such a wonderful school system, that it's failed. I personally feel that it's failed me and my family. We pay high taxes, and most of it goes towards education, and we're not getting anything out of it. I'm disgusted. Please make me feel better about this. Tell me that our kids are going to be going back to school. They need it. They need to learn. They're falling behind. I'm out of my mind with this.
It is true that private schools they have different challenges, they have different rules, et cetera, right? So one thing is a private school can determine how many students can they accept safely, right? And then they stop, and then people get on wait lists. So there's a big difference between private schools and public schools. I don't think we're failing students. I know we're working every day, and when we see students who are faltering, or when we're seeing students who need support, our teachers are taking care of that. Our counselors are, our administrators are, our case managers are, and we're working every day to do that. And we are now looking for other ways to bring more students back. We are trying, and we're trying to move forward. And I know that we are not failing all the students in Westfield. I know that we're reaching them. And Paul spoke a great deal about the data we'll look at. We'll look at the data and we'll see. And if there are problems, then of course we'll address them. But we are working very hard. All our teachers are, all our administrators are, for each and every one of the students out there.
Maria Constantino, you're next. You're unmuted. You can ask your question.
Yeah, hi. I have a few comments and a question.
Please state your name and your address, please.
Maria Constantino, 9 Karen Terrace.
Thank you.
I have 2 children at the high school, and my daughter graduated last year. And honestly, I think we're failing the high school students, both academically and socially. It's very concerning to me that thinking that we're sending them, 4 mornings for 4 hours, sitting behind a computer screen with headphones, a mask, no break, no food. I had to buy my daughter a new winter jacket to go into class with. Yesterday, she texted me and said, they shut the windows today, but only because the snow was coming in and it was hitting us as we were in class. That was the text I got yesterday morning. My junior has decided that he doesn't want to deal with that environment, and so he's choosing to go remote, not because he thinks he's going to get COVID or because I do, but because it's not a real in-person experience. My freshman was so tired of seeing the 4 walls in her room and not knowing what a high school experience was like that she decided to go with her new jacket, etc. It's not normal on any level, and we are failing these children. And I don't understand how we cannot ask kids who are very mature, very motivated, to eat in a responsible way behind some plexiglass so that they can have a full day of education. They are going to go to college in short order. There's not time for them to catch up. There's not time for them to do extra programs. They are going to be competing with other children in other parts of the country who haven't been sitting in their bedrooms for a year, who haven't missed out on that social and emotional learning that we value so much. And they're going to be behind. I see it. I see what they are going through, what they are learning compared to what my older daughter learned. And we're looking at how they're doing on what they're taught, but there is just less time that they are being taught. There's no way that they could learn the same things that they have learned in prior years. They have less instruction time, and even the 70 minutes. I can tell you that many of the teachers don't always teach to the full 70 minutes. So I would
30 seconds.
differ with the fact that they're packing in so much in 4 hours. Whatever they're packing in, it's not enough, and we need to know what the plan is for when the high school students can return to a full day, 5 days a week. They're old enough, they're mature enough, and they know how to get it done and be safe.
Just a few quick points, I think. There's no doubt that this isn't normal, and it's not what anybody wants. It's not what anybody wants. Not a soul I've ever met. It just isn't. The fact of the matter is something very, very sad. 50% of the students in the US haven't stepped foot in a school since last March. 50% of them, their schools have not been open since last March at all. Okay, I find that very sad, and I know some of those students actually. The other thing is, it's sad what college is like at this point. If anyone thinks college has been normal, speak to somebody who is either in college right now or has children in college. We need to get through this pandemic. We need to follow what the people in the health profession tell us, which does not include eating lunch. And then we need to get everybody back to normal, whatever normal is, even if it includes wearing masks. Nobody likes this. We are trying our best, and we will continue to do that. And we will continue to follow what the health professionals say. And anytime there is something we can take a step forward, I promise you we will do that, because we want our students to have as normal an experience as is possible. We are trying to do that. The teachers are, the principals are, and I am.
Andrea Brennan, you're unmuted, so please state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Andrea Brennan, 50 Moss Avenue. Well, I'm basically in agreement with the previous speaker, which is why I came here tonight, is to discuss the high school. I'm disappointed to hear that there seems to be much more concern for the elementary students, and that the high school students are just going to be able to rebound. I agree with the previous speaker in that classes are not held to the full time that is given. PE is a free period. Sometimes classes are just canceled. There are no labs for science classes. So I have grave concerns for my child's high school experience, and will she be prepared to go to college? And I'd like to see that there's more accountability in classes being held to full time, that, you know, that is given, and that classes are just not canceled. I'm disappointed to see that there isn't as much concern for high school students, because they're going to quote unquote rebound. And I want to add that I work in a healthcare setting. I work in a setting that I am exposed to aerosol on a constant basis throughout my day. So I'm quite aware of the dangers and how to be safe. And I mean, I would, you know, love to speak to the health professionals that you're speaking to, because I think there is a lot more that can be done in these situations that isn't being done.
Dr. Dolan, I think you're still.
I'm sorry. I'll be glad to look into your concerns that you raised about the high school, the specific concerns.
Yeah.
Next, we have Rob Bonaccio. Rob, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address.
Sure. Rob Bonaccio, 528 Forest Avenue, here in Westfield. I am incredulous at what I am seeing. And when I look at the screen in front of me, I do not see a group that seems to have any grasp whatsoever how to get our students back to full time. And you can smirk all you like. And I don't see a group that seems to have any interest in doing so. I am not in the Westfield School District because we follow other people, which we're not doing, as a matter of fact. We seem to be, instead of looking for ways to open and get our students back like other districts are doing, we are looking for excuses not to. And when a parent asks, why has plexiglass not been ordered? And the response from our superintendent is to say, yes, you're right, it hasn't been ordered. She doesn't need someone to tell her she's right, we know. When this pandemic started, this board should have gotten a school reopening plan together and immediately, should have gotten a school reopening plan together for hybrid and immediately moved to figuring out how we are going to get students back. That we are at this stage still figuring out how to do that is absolutely unconscionable. You can sit there and tell me my kids are resilient. I'm not going to watch my kid one more day get a fat tear down his cheek because he has to sit in front of a computer and try and learn from his teacher. A school day is from 8:30 to 2:30. We are giving in-home virtual students 4 hours. Well, if you're so worried about lunch, they're eating it here. Give them a full day. I have no idea how it is that Sparta, that's the most recent school district today, is going full-time, no problem. Somehow they have managed to figure it out. And what I hear is, well, the principals are figuring this out. Who is in charge? Who is in charge here in dealing with any of this? I don't understand how we're planning this now when we should have been on it from the beginning. If there was truly the concern, frankly, and if we weren't failing our students, if we were doing as well as you all seem to think we're doing, there wouldn't be 500 people on this phone call because we have other things to do. The only board member who's made sense today is Ms. Morelli, who said, I have no idea what's going on here because I sure as heck don't. The fact that we're spending public comment for the board to ask each other questions about what the opening plan is.
You have 30
It's ridiculous.
seconds.
Yeah, great. If you were as diligent with the plan as you were with the timing, we might not be in this situation. How are we having this discussion now? So here's what we need. I need whatever you guys have been looking at. I'd like that posted to a website so that parents can look at it. That's what we need to see because I have no confidence whatsoever that there's planning done here. And will teachers be in person when we offer students in-person learning? Those are my two.
Next is Christine. I believe Christine left the meeting. Christine Barshtak. Sorry, Christine has left the meeting. Okay, Lauren DeSarno, you can go ahead. You can ask your questions. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I have students in each level of the district, elementary, middle school, and high school. I'm going to table my comments as to middle school and high school because I was asked to attend and brought to my attention based on the impetus for the elementary students. And I know that the board has already put forward a plan for K1 through 2, but I don't understand what the bellwether is to open the remainder of the elementary school if the classrooms are separated by grade and kindergarten in our town is centralized and completely separated from the elementary schools. There, again, just like all the things that have been discussed, there's never any factual basis or what the determination factor is for the decision. And there's no future plan to enact this for the rest of the elementary schools. So I'd like it addressed as to what, if it's just a staggered drop off and pickup time, those things are being done in parochial schools, private schools, without any difficulty since September. So figuring something like that out shouldn't be extremely challenging to put it in place. And the only other comment I wanted to make was to follow up with Vanessa Schwartz. High school, the attendance is really an embarrassment. And although the change that was made to bring the two cohorts together is going to have to be undone in Q4, is going to also cause a lot of problems within the board's decisions. The one positive comment I have is I feel like the middle school has the only full day type schedule. I feel that was accomplished to the credit of the administrators working with the parents. And my 8th grader has a full day of instruction 5 days a week. Thank you.
Next, Jamie Kime. Jamie, you'll be unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Jamie Kime, 1258 Summit Avenue.
We have a son who started in the integrated program at Lincoln in January. He's 3 years old, but he was placed in a 4-year program due to spacing. Will there be a change in that program and move children who are 3, who are placed in the 4-year program into the more appropriate program with age peers?
Dr. Dolan, you're muted.
I think yours is a specific question, and I'll check with the school and have them get back to you.
Next, Alyssa McMullen. I'll unmute you next. Just give me a second. Okay, Alyssa, you're unmuted. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, thank you. Elisa McMullen, 414 Grove Street. I have a 4th grader and a 6th grader, and so have a question for each of the school levels. In 4th grade, my daughter's in a pull-out resource room, and so my question is, what accommodations or prioritization are being placed on the kids that are in a pull-out program, specifically in dialogue with her resource room teacher, who is fantastic and doing an amazing job. She says that it takes 2 times longer than would normally be in class to implement the Wilson program, and that she's not able to do a full multi-sensory program that would normally be in school. So the teacher that herself is not able to implement the full benefits of a Wilson program for a child that's getting resource rooms. So want to understand at a 4th grade level what the priority is to get those kids back in school 5 days a week. And then my second question is at the middle school, is similar experience, I guess, as to what's happening in the high school. My son often has just a few kids in his class. What actions can be taken to have those kids either go back in more days or, benefit from the fact that there aren't as many kids so we can fill up the classroom a bit more. Thank you very much.
Next is Kelly Hantman. Kelly, you have 3 minutes. Please, again, state your name and your address.
Hi, how are you? It's Kelly Hantman, 635 Radley Road, Westfield. Dr. Dolan, just to go back to, I know you were talking about this at the beginning, and I appreciate all the feedback you've given briefly on grades 3 through 5. But are we thinking that this is possibly a week to 2 weeks rolling out after the first younger grades go back? Are we thinking this is a month, just to give us a framework? And then my second question is, in the meantime, so in this next month, let's say they don't go back, my daughter, who has a terrific teacher in 3rd grade, she happens to be in that grade, she winds up sometimes having 3 half days. So from 12:30 till she goes to bed these days at 9:30, 10 o'clock, she's with a lot of free time. She's gotten super creative and we're really proud of her. But can we think about some project-based learning? Can this be a time when spelling happens? Can there be some enrichment clubs? Can there be some small groups? What can we do to just fill some of these gaps in a creative, innovative way for the students? Have we thought about that?
Next, we have Josephine Ajami. Josephine, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Josephine Ajami. I live at 211 Connecticut Street. I'm trying to be hopeful, and if students are to return full-time, are there enough teachers that are willing to come back to in-person teaching? That's my first question. Second question is, you talk about CDC guidelines and getting advice from health professionals, but is there a challenge you find with union pushback to opening up schools? And then the third one is, we're about a year later, or a year into this. I understand that we needed some time to figure this out. This is a pandemic that's affecting mostly adults. And yet hospitals, supermarkets, federal agencies, you name it, have figured it out. Why is it taking us so long? Why are schools so behind? That's it.
Leanna Revok, you have 3 minutes. I'll unmute you now. Go ahead.
Great. Leanna Revok, 414 Lenox Ave. I have a few questions to ask. In terms of the Restart Committee, how often do you guys meet? Because it seems to me like we're very behind in terms of making decisions and understanding the plan. I know Rob mentioned earlier that he wanted it posted. So will you guys confirm that that will be posted? And what is the plan for September? So parents have time to decide what we're going to do with our kids if they're not going to be back in school.
So just to be clear, at this point, we're writing down the questions so we can answer them going forward. Okay, so no questions being ignored, but we will provide answers later.
Next is Megan Barbieri. Megan, you're unmuted. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Megan Barbieri, 764 Warren Street. I have a daughter who's in second grade at McKinley, and last year when school began, the last school year, the gym and the cafeteria was under construction, so it was unusable. So the solution then was for the kids to eat at their desks or outside in what they call like the tented area called Fort McKinley. So I was just wondering if that solution has been thought about for now that we're going into the spring weather, and if there would be something that we could do like that for outdoor eating or classrooms, basically. Thank you.
Next is Mary Wickens. Mary, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. I just have some comments. First, I just want to say that I come from a district where we have not even gone back to school yet. We're just starting to bring back kids March 1st, so they've been out of school this whole time, and teachers have been home. So I, for one, am very happy with what Westfield has been doing. The quality of education in the 4 hours that my girls have been getting that are 8th and 5th has been exceptional. And as a teacher myself, I don't feel like they've lost any educational strides. The teachers have been more than willing to meet one-on-one on that with them if they have questions, to set up Zoom times with them, and talk to them individually. So the teachers are doing a wonderful job. With that said, I know you were talking about change at the elementary level and the amount of time on screens, sorry. I'm just hoping that it doesn't get more. I'm kind of in the minority here. I'm hoping that at the elementary level, the amount of time is still a half day. It's a lot of screen time. They do have specials in the afternoon. And at the middle school, I have a daughter at the middle school, they increase their day. And I know, Dr. Dolan, you discussed that they're revisiting that. And I'm a parent that is hoping that the decision is made for going back to the less screen time for that age group. So if you could take that into account, this is one parent that is very happy, and actually the teachers are doing a great job, and I think less is more, and the students that I've talked to and that I tutor in town have been doing an amazing job. So thank you.
Next, Kimberly Madera. You're unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. Okay, next. Kimberly Heim. Kimberly, you'll be unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hi. We're the parent of a sixth grader at a Roosevelt school, and we're interested in learning about the plan for the middle school and if parents could reasonably expect any changes for more in-person learning before the end of this school year. And for the even the third to fifth grade and the sixth to eighth grade, if potentially long lead items like plexiglass would be ordered now so that we wouldn't be faced with potential shortages if a decision is made to increase in-person learning. Thank you very much.
Tom, could you just please repeat your name and your address for the official record?
Absolutely. It's Tom Heim, H-E-I-M, 607 Embry Crescent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Salmon. Kevin, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Positive. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Dolan. Hello, Board of Education members. This is Kevin Salmon from 413 Baker Avenue. I have to admit, I came to the meeting tonight with a long-winded diatribe that echoed much of what was said previously about the disappointment. I'm a parent of a first grader at Wilson. It's hard not to feel like she's falling behind. So I think taking out my frustration on Dr. Dolan and the Board of Education would have been my first reaction, but having heard all the things that were said tonight, I just want to say one thing to Dr. Dolan and the Board of Ed. Dr. Dolan, when you embarked on your career as an educational policymaker and executive, I can only imagine the plans you held. High hopes to change education and ways to improve kids' lives and their communities. In your final year as superintendent, by all accounts, you can likely look back and be proud of a career of achievements and progress. However, in what was meant to be your victory lap, the ebb and the flow that you've created in one of the state's most revered school systems was completely derailed by a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. I implore you, do not let this leave a sour taste in your mouth. Think back to when you embarked on this long and illustrious career. Call on the ideals you held then that carried you to such a high and revered position. Do not stop pushing the agenda. My questions: how many plans have been proposed to the county this year for reopening? When were those? And when were they turned down? Second, with any reopening, do we have the wherewithal to not call it a failure if an outbreak happens? Can we push ahead and move forward, thinking innovatively and creatively, as I know every board member can, as well as Dr. Dolan? Thank you.
Next, we have Payal Patel. Payal, you're unmuted. You can go ahead, ask your questions. Please, again, state your name and your address.
Hi, this is Payal Patel. I'm at 417 Woodland Avenue. And once again, I did want to truly commend the district administration and teachers for navigating us through these unprecedented times, and Dr. Dolan, for her leadership. I did want to ask, I echoed the same concerns. I have 3 children, one in the high school, one in middle school, and one in elementary school. So I do echo some of the same concerns, especially for high school in terms of, college preparedness and readiness. But specifically for the younger students, for, my daughters at Wilson, I do want to ask, is there something more that can be done for the younger children to just connect more in terms of social emotional learning that I know the district does advocate and, prides itself on, in order, for the younger children to stay connected and not lose, that and not have that gap in terms of not just learning, but like the social and emotional readiness that, will move them forward.
Next, we have Kate Oakes. Kate, you have 3 minutes. You're unmuted. Go right ahead.
Hi, this is Kate Oakes. I live at 740 Embry Crescent. My first question is, in August, our district was required to submit 3 plans to the governor. What was our reentry plan? If you could make that transparent to all of us, I think that would be helpful, because then we could understand where we are with that reentry plan and why we're only here. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone has said all evening, the disappointment in our current standing. But as a parent of 3 children in this district, I find it very, very upsetting, Dr. Dolan, that you think that you have not failed our children. Middle school has not even been mentioned this evening at all. So I get that, we're going to see where it goes or where it all ends, but it's March in a week and the school ends in June. And basically, per Paul Panera, we were evaluated once and then we're going to be evaluated at some other time. So our kids might have to go to summer school, so they're getting punished yet again for the incompetence of our district to get them back into school. I have a huge issue with that. I feel very strong that we could have done more, but we have not. So at this point, I think transparency to the parents who make up this district would be greatly appreciated. I think we all deserve to understand the logic that goes into the decisions that you make. You have 600 parents on this call this evening, and we all want our children in school. So I get that you all are in a power position to make the decision to get our children in school, but we are ultimately the parents, and I think we should have more of a say in whether our children actually get to go to school.
Corey Abrams, you're now unmuted. You can go ahead and ask your question. You have 3 minutes. Again, please state your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Corey Abrams. I live at 908 New England Drive. My question is just when K through 2 does go back to the 5 days in person starting in March, will things like Achieve and Speech and other services that were usually offered in person, will they go back to in person, or will the kids still be getting them virtual?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You said about, are you asking about the services in particular?
Hold on a moment. I have to unmute her again.
Okay.
Okay, Corey, you're unmuted again.
Hi. Yeah, like Speech, Achieve, and other things that children qualify for and get. Will they go back to being in person, like during the school time when they will be in school, or will they still be like afternoon sessions or breakout room things like virtual? Like in.
I think at this point, I think Dr. Dolan's taking note and answering where she can, but taking note to address things as we go. I would think that that would be something that is still being determined school by school.
And something that all the parents will want to hear. So I think it would be good if we do send that out to the parents. It's a good question for parents, so we can send that out.
Kara Hlushek, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and ask your question. Please again, state your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Kara Lushak. I live at 195 Lincoln Road. Brian, we've spoken before about YouTube, so I thank you for the Go Guardian. That was a really helpful upgrade. My questions are more about afternoon instruction. So I have a 7th grader, a 5th grader, and a 3rd grader. So we're at Roosevelt and Franklin schools. And while we have really appreciated the changes, I have to disagree with one of the other callers. I really appreciate the changes in the middle school schedule that took place in November. My son is flourishing academically where he was really struggling before. I see a real gap in what's going on with the elementary school students because they have very little afternoon instruction at all. And while I realize the 4-hour day is the minimum, I'm wondering if that's becoming the standard because my 2 sons only have 2 45-minute sessions a week in the afternoons. And so I'm curious about a couple of things. I'm curious if we return to 5 days of in-person learning in the mornings, what will the afternoons be? Will they have instruction until 2:30 then virtually? And then my second question is, I'm curious if we've really vetted the feasibility of going home for lunch, because I think that it might be actually more feasible than you might think, considering right now all of the parents are getting all of their kids home at 12:30 every day and then managing tutors and learning pods and other things. I actually think having them home for lunch and arranging childcare for that would be easier than you might think. My third question is if you can give some guidance on longer term planning for September and if this eating in school is going to remain an issue, because I think many parents in the town are considering what are we going to do in the fall? Are we going to remain within the Westfield Public School District where our kids want to stay, or do we need to find other options? And so I think it's fair to give as much transparency as you can to the parents.
Rachel Perlman, I'll unmute you. You can go ahead and ask your question. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Rachel. Go ahead.
Rachel Perlman, 520 Clifton Street. I have a couple of questions. My first question is there a plan to be remote after spring break? I personally don't think so. I know that my family stays home. It doesn't go and visit our family because I can't have my kids home. I have a learning disabled child that needs to be in school. So hopefully there will be no plan to be remote after spring break. My next question actually was just asked, but what is being done right now to guarantee that we will be 5 full days in September? Being that we moved here for, the school district, there's got to be ways to be creative to guarantee that they will be there. Tents outside, trailers, whatever needs to be done. We have to know as parents what's going to be going on in September. I have to make plans to have my kids in school 5 full days, and I need to start planning now. And just to touch on the remote thing, to get a sense of my kindergartner, most days he's done at 10:45. So from 10:45 until bedtime, he's at home by himself, not the whole time, but he's home doing nothing. It's not fair. That's all. Thank you.
Jerry Gleason, you can ask your question next. You have 3 minutes. Again, please state your name and your address.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Gerald Gleason, 418 Alden Avenue in Westfield. Thanks for the opportunity. I think the question I have follows up from other parents that are concerned, really related to the timing and more transparency related to the timing of when the grades after really from 3 through 5 and then into the middle school will be addressed. It just seems a little bit odd that you have laid out a timeline that begins return of school in 3 weeks, actually 3 weeks from yesterday. Then you're saying that there'll be some data points, it seems like, and then we have spring break. So it doesn't seem like this is being addressed with a sense of urgency in that those kids would be going, or those grades would be going back until sometime in April, if that's even all possible. So I think there needs to be much more transparency related to what are the action steps, and also why isn't there a greater sense of urgency to move this and pull this forward? Right now you've set a timeline which is 3 weeks away, and the time is now to do this, not in 3 weeks. So I think that's really what my question is, and I think I represent that for many other people as well, thinking that this has almost gone on an entire year so far. I also think the other comment is for the board of directors, and I think the board of directors should also examine what role they are playing. Right now, it seems a lot of this is being run by our superintendent, who the last time I checked is actually transitioning out and won't have a greater accountability in the future. So the board of directors that are there now are the ones that really should be owning this and making sure that there is a greater sense of urgency, as opposed to our superintendent, who is no longer going to be with us after a period of time. Thank you.
Allison Levitt. Allison, I'm going to unmute you now. Could you please state your name and address? And then you have 3 minutes.
Allison Levitt, 407 South Chestnut Street in Westfield. I thank our teachers, our principals, and all the administrators for everything you have done. But after listening to this call for almost 2.5 hours, I see friends and neighbors sending their children to private and parochial schools, and I don't understand how the board can tell us that our children are at the same level as those children, and that they would have been at a point if they were in school full time. I also want to go back to the lunch issue on why we can't figure things out at the same level as private and parochial schools who have had children in schools for full time. And it is heartbreaking to see all of our kids dealing with this. And I think I speak for many of the parents on this call that we moved to Westfield for our schools. And this is very disappointing in how this has been handled.
Next, Elizabeth Rothberg. Elizabeth, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rothberg. I live on 25 Tamaqua Way. I have a daughter at Lincoln in the kindergarten program. We also moved to Westfield for the schools. And I just wanted to know and understand better why there is RAP being offered and why the children aren't offered the half day of kindergarten that they deserve for the learning time, especially given this year. I mean, I totally understand RAP in other years, but yeah, I was hoping maybe we could take RAP away for the remainder of the year and let the children have the half day of kindergarten that they deserve for learning time.
Next, Lauren Guber, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, this is Lauren Guber. I'm at 886 Pennsylvania Avenue. I have a child in 8th grade, 5th grade, 3rd grade, and one in private kindergarten. Dr. Dolan, while I understand the huge task and challenge you've had this year, I think it is really wrong of you to say that you feel that, you know, you're not failing our children and that our children are not failing. The majority of the children in the district are failing. And by you saying that, it's like you have no clue what's going on. Because if you read the emails from all the parents and talk to the teachers, they will tell you how much they're struggling and how much the children are failing. The teachers are amazing and they've done such a good job at trying to do this, but they're only human. And because of this model that you have going, the children are failing. Everybody I know around town, the entire town, everybody I know has tutors for their children because their children are failing so much. I just wanted to ask the question that you say that you're not going to start bringing back 3rd through 5th yet because you want to see, you know, how 1st through 2nd does. I don't understand why you're not using the research from the 15 surrounding school districts who all are successfully bringing their children to school in K through 5th grade. That should be clear enough research that we can do this too. You say that you don't want to drag it out. So what does that mean? Please be transparent with us and tell us what's your plan, what's your timeline. And lastly, for Paul, you talked about how, you know, you're creating this assessment for reading and for math, but what about an assessment for writing? Our children are failing majorly in writing. I've heard from so many parents how, and everyone has tutors for their child in writing. How are you assessing the children's writing? Because so many children are behind in writing. What about science and social studies? The children are not getting the science and social studies curriculum, the full science and social studies curriculum that they're supposed to be getting all year long. And how are you assessing that?
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, and I was just looking at my notes. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Jennifer Davidson, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. You can, again, please state your name and address.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Jennifer Davidson. My address is actually in the panelist. I typed it in for you, prefer not to provide it on a public forum. I have 2 kids. My husband and I have 2 kids that go to Franklin School. I think my comment is to re-emphasize the sense of urgency and understanding where our children are in comparison to where they should be. It sounds as though some assessments have been done, but may not be provided publicly. I think it would be a behalf on all the parents to know where our children are and try to implement changes now to avoid having additional support work throughout the summer, where mostly that would be virtual as well. So I would just like to emphasize the sense of urgency and better understanding where our children are. And it sounds as though, Mr. Pinella, you do have some data, and you will have some data prior to the end of the year. Thank you.
Rachel Greenberg, I can unmute you now, so you have 3 minutes. Could you again please state your name and your address?
Hi, Rachel Greenberg, 718 Shadow Lawn Drive. I think this question's been addressed, but just if the elementary school children do go back to the 5 half-days a week, presumably they wouldn't need the afternoon check-ins, or at least the majority of them would not. So my question is there a way to make that time more constructive, to add in afternoon instruction? 4 hours is just not cutting it. And that seems like an opportunity to add some time for some more constructive learning for these children who are, in fact, missing half a day every day of their education. That's it. Thank you.
Connie Corcoran, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
It's Connie Corcoran, 420 Witchwood Road. I need to have someone to take responsibility for not addressing the children with 504s for an entire year. I think the disservice you've done to these children that need special education and that need additional teaching, additional attention is absolutely horrific that no one has drawn any attention to them. My daughter has struggled the last year. I have sent emails upon emails. I have waved the white flag, and there is nothing more left to do for me, right? She has struggled, and no one seems to be addressing these poor children with 504s. I think that all of you have to take some sort of responsibility for your inactions over the last year. To have an order of plexiglass just being taken so that my daughter can actually go to school is beyond inexplicable. I am beyond upset. She will never get this year of learning back, and I don't have any confidence in this board. I don't have any confidence that you will allow them to go back to school next year either. And secondly, I would like to make sure that this administration does not go ahead next year and cut classes, because there are so many children that have left the district to go to private school that some of the classes are reduced in numbers. And I would hate to see classes cut, because it would be a huge disservice to these children to continuously cut. And then you can tell me that, oh, well, we can't fit any more children in and we can't bring them back. So I think someone needs to start looking at the numbers and planning for September. Thank you.
Sean Aiken. Sean, you're unmuted. Please again state your name and address.
Sean Aiken, 428 St. Mark's Avenue. Yeah, I mean, I think there's clearly a dependency on plexiglass. That theme is very clear. A quick search shows that you can ship it tomorrow. My question is, if the school district is coming up against some challenges in the logistics, put it to the parents. I already bought multiple Chromebooks associated for this stuff, and thank you for giving me 3 more. But if we need more plexiglass, put it to the parents. I will gladly buy my own, bring your own plexiglass. I can get it on Staples, Amazon, any other number of places, and they all look like they will ship tomorrow. So please involve the parents. Don't suffer with your own problem. Pull us all in. We're happy to help. I'm not going to repeat any of the other stuff that people have clearly expressed, but don't do it on your own if we can help. We're happy to help. And we do need to get the 3rd through 8th graders back in school. One more vote for that. They are also struggling.
Emily McDonough, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I think the most shocking thing I've heard, oh, Emily McDonough, 322 Hillside Ave in Westfield. I
Thank
have
you.
one son at Franklin. You're welcome. I have one son at Franklin, and I have one son at Holy Trinity. So I know really basically the difference for both. And just so everyone on this call can be validated, our children are being failed in the public school system. The most shocking thing I've heard tonight is that after 1 year, you're not going to have any answers for us. You're writing them down to tell us later. But this is the call where we need answers. We have parents on this call who need to make plans for September now. I have one son in school, and I don't want to be crude, but my taxes are $40,000. I don't even know what I'm doing in the public school system anymore. I mean, the plexiglass decision, that is just despicable that all the surrounding school districts did it but us. We should be the leaders. Holy Trinity did it and was ready for September with zero resources. They did it because they care about our children. They put the children first. I mean, we need a plan for September, and we need to know it tonight, or at least tomorrow. And I have one question tonight, because is plexiglass like mandated by the CDC or by the government? Or is that something that you just are waiting for? Can I just get an answer on that one? Is that a mandate? Anybody know? Okay, great. So here's another question. Can someone provide data on how children eating behind plexiglass with a mask on are contributing to the spread of COVID? I mean, I heard Dr. Dolan say that children cannot eat at school because it's dangerous because there's a possibility to spread COVID. Is there data that can support that? Because I can't imagine how a child who we know are not spreading COVID in school, the science proves that, cannot eat behind plexiglass with a mask on, pull the mask down, take a bite of a turkey sandwich, and chew with their mask back on, and they're going to spread COVID to the kid in the plexiglass wall next to them? I need to understand that, because parents are frustrated, and we look to you, and my son cries at remote learning. So my 4th grader is now finishing school at Holy Trinity, 5th grade. He cannot finish elementary school because he's too far behind. He's just too far behind. And I'm sorry, I don't want to blame people, but it's been a full year and there are 0 answers. So for the parents who have to make decisions on private school, which I've already done, because I need my son to learn full day in-person education, in-person instruction. So I've made a decision. I'm out of the public school system. I'm here until June. And I'm sorry, but we need answers. And by the way, all the children who are remote are cheating on their iPhones. I mean, we all know that. They need to go in school, and they need to start before April. And September needs to be full-time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm obviously very emotional about this. These are our children. Thank you.
Kara Goldman, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Kara Goldman, 1024 Harding Street. So I have a kind of 3-part question. The first is, if you can just tell us, I see you're taking some notes, when we're going to get some answers to the questions that are being offered tonight. That's question number 1, if you could maybe answer that. My second question is, I think a big piece of this is helping our teachers and facilitating our teachers to get COVID vaccines. So I know some towns, particularly in Long Island, have partnered with their local hospitals or county Department of Public Health. I myself have been in touch with some people, and I understand that this is actually a decision of yours, Dr. Dolan, in conjunction with Mayor Brindle, who can help to facilitate this and make this a priority for our teachers. I think we all want to see that, and I think the teachers deserve it. Maybe a survey can go out to the teachers, seeing if that is something that they would be interested in. I would be happy to offer my services and help try to facilitate that. That's question number one. What are you doing on that front? I do understand that it is an issue with Mayor Brindle, and perhaps maybe she's on the call tonight. I don't know, but maybe you guys can work that out with her and let me know, because I'm happy to help in any way that I can. My next question is more to the board and not to Dr. Dolan. Since Dr. Dolan is and has announced her retirement, I'm wondering if our search committee for our next candidate for superintendent will have a priority about a back to school plan, and if that is foremost in your concerns for who we're hiring. Is this a forward thinking person? Is this person with new ideas? Is this a person who has some experience? You know, where are they coming from, and how are we on that front? Thank you.
I don't want to engage in a big back and forth, but I will address the search committee's criteria. Among many other key things we're going to be looking at is what the candidates we interview. We will be asking what's their plan for reopening and making up the learning gap that has developed over the last year.
Yeah, we're not hiring based on what's your plan, but we will be interviewing candidates and asking about what their experience has been, what are the challenges, and what do they see transplantable to our district.
Sue Tadeo, I'll unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please again, state your name and your address.
Hi, actually, this is Chris Taddeo, 612 Fairmont Avenue. Most of my questions have been addressed, but I guess, first of all, I'd like to commend the board for the plan that they had in the beginning of the year, right, with the hybrid plan. I really felt like this district came up with the plan to address it at that time. But when I look at what's happening now, I feel like we've just started this restart plan. I feel like we haven't been planning for some kind of a reopening over the last few months. So my question is really, one, when did we start this restart plan, and will it be published? And the second question is going to be, when the kids do go back to school, what kind of programs are we going to put in place for mental health to help them through any challenges that they're maybe facing being in this situation for as long as they have been? Thank you.
Lori Gold, you have 3 minutes. I'll unmute you now.
Hi, my question, I'm Faulkner Drive. My question, I guess, has been echoed by some other people, but I was just wondering if it's realistic to assume that the 3rd to 5th graders would not be going back until at least probably Monday, April 12th, to include probably 2 kindergarten to 2nd graders going in for the 2 weeks, and then we're hit by spring break. And then in past months, anytime we've had a vacation, they've obviously taken a week post for them to have fully remote. So that's going on already 4 weeks, I guess, past the K through 2nd graders coming in. And I'm just wondering if for those parents, if we're going to be given a little bit more notice as opposed to waiting till after spring break or something like that. I think that's only fair, considering a second are going to go, and I think it's been great up until this point, all things considered. I do think as quickly as possible and as transparently as possible is what everybody is looking for.
Shannon Llewellyn-Jones, I'm going to unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Shannon Llewellyn-Jones, 21 Hawthorne Drive.
I appreciate the person who just spoke recently about the mental health issues, because I do feel like that is one thing that we are not talking about. And I think the frustration of the parents has been that the teachers and the counselors and the parents, we've been putting out fires left, right, and sideways, but I haven't heard really from the top, from the people, how this affects our children. And to see, so I have a second grader, a fifth grader, and a eighth grader, and people, to see a second grader on the floor crying at remote learning is kind of one thing. You say, oh, they're little, they're frustrated. To hear about fifth graders on the floor crying during remote learning, to hear about middle schoolers and high schoolers who sit in the dark in their rooms, not listening, not looking, the toll this is taking on our children, because we can't get ourselves back into school, and we can't figure out how to get our children sitting in a social environment such as lunch or having recess where they are together in a social way. It is, besides the education that we're losing, we are robbing these children of their social and emotional health. And I just don't feel like this is being talked about enough. And God forbid there's such a thing as a teenage suicide or a youth suicide in our town, and how you would all feel if that ever happened. It's just heartbreaking. And I don't see how we can't be acting faster and moving faster and getting our third to fifth graders back when we get our young ones back, getting our middle schoolers back, and getting the high school in some sort of shape where people want to go back. I also feel like we absolutely need a plan for full day regular school in September, and it needs to be announced now. We need the transparency, and we need people to really understand the mental health issue that is going on in our children.
Amy Silverman, I'm going to unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Amy Silverman, 229 Baker. So first of all, I just want to say, not envious of the board this year whatsoever. This is my first year in Westfield. We, just like everyone else, moved for the school. I have a fifth grader at Wilson who's doing fantastic. I think Wilson and the fifth graders is amazing. My real problem is with my kindergartner. So first of all, I think that this meeting would be more beneficial to you guys if maybe you had broken it up into just a meeting for the kindergartners and just a meeting for elementary, just a meeting for middle, just a meeting for high school, because we all have different needs. So kindergarten, I mean, I feel like they're falling so far behind. There's no guided reading. My daughter has absolutely no idea about the concept of blending sounds together. And that's something that she should be well into her way of doing at this point in the year. And there's no play at all at school, which goes to what the last person said about the socio-emotional states of these kids. And I think it's kind of insulting to the parents to acknowledge or to refuse to acknowledge that these kids are behind. And also with the kindergarten, they have an interim principal. So she's brand new, and I don't know what kind of support that she's getting or help that she's getting. But I don't think that this is a year that she should be on her own. Further, you guys were saying that like 50% of the US is not in school, but we're not 50% of the US. We are Westfield, New Jersey. And really, it only should apply to what we need. And a lot of the private schools might be 5 days, and we don't have to compare ourselves to them, but we can compare ourselves over to our neighboring town of Garwood that has been 5 days since the beginning of the year. And I think this is a really good time for everybody to start thinking outside of the box, like with the lunch thing, which wasn't even on my radar until this call, but maybe you can have 50% of a class go out to recess while the other 50% has lunch in their classroom. And then they swap. Lastly, my other question, well, I guess this was my first question. The plans to vaccinate the teachers and the staff. I know that other districts have worked with the teachers unions to make sure that the teachers who want it can get it. And I know that other districts are also doing randomized testing of COVID to make sure everybody in the school is safe. So I was wondering if that was something that Westfield was doing. So thank you.
Next is Lindsay Gatto. Lindsay, I'm going to unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Sure. Lindsay Gatto, 12 Marlin Court. Not to reiterate what everyone else has said on the call already, but there are just a few points that I wanted to bring up. And I do note that this is very hard on everybody and everyone has differing points of views. And I don't doubt that people have been working tirelessly trying to figure out what the right solutions are. The one thing, though, that I think is a common thread throughout all of this is transparency. And that's what we've been asking for all along and what we are looking for going forward. And the things that I think I at least need to understand better is why we say that our medical professionals in New Jersey will not allow us to have a full day of school because eating is considered a high risk, but our neighboring state of New York, and one of my coworkers that I just spoke with today is opening up their school full time, and their medical professionals are saying that it's okay to eat in school so long as you're using the smart safety precautions. So I think more transparency needs to be given around that because we're following the same CDC guidelines throughout the country. We follow the same medical statistics and information. And so for me, it kind of goes back to what one of the board members said at the beginning of this call, that we can't compromise the health and safety of our students. Does that mean that New York is compromising the health and safety of their students? I need to understand that better. I need clarity. At the end of the day, you're going to make your decisions and that's fine. But without understanding why we're different, and I literally took notes during my call with my coworker, and I'm not here, just to say, oh, this is my situation, and I'm just using anecdotal evidence. But one point that came up here about the plastic partitions, they are not using plastic partitions in their school. They are going to be sitting in a cafeteria, spaced out eating. Whether or not that's the right call, and that's the call that we should be following, I wouldn't necessarily say I agree, but I need to understand why something like that is permitted in a public school in Westchester, New York, but is not okay in New Jersey. Thank you.
Matthew Gevertz. Matthew, I'm going to be, you have 3 minutes. Please, again, state your name and your address. You're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Matthew Gewertz, 736 Tamaqua Way. I just want to start by saying, it is unfortunate that we cannot hear the answer to a lot of these questions tonight. We all did make time to attend this meeting. This subject, obviously, as you know, extremely important to all of us. And quite honestly, I would have stayed up all night to just understand what's going on and to understand where we're headed and, for our children. So I'm a little upset about that. I'm not going to get into really what I had set out at the beginning. I know that a lot of these points have been made, that I do agree with most parents that that these kids, are not getting what they need in the school system at this time, whether it's in their regular class, whether it's in their achieve classrooms. It's just not what it was and what it needs to be. But my biggest point tonight is what I want to say is we like the other callers said, we need transparency. This is such an important thing for me. Like, I don't understand where we're going and why we're not going in a certain direction. I know there's committees that meet, and I know you guys discuss this all the time, and I know you take this seriously, but can you please communicate with the families via email on a weekly basis and say, this is where we're at, and this is what we're thinking, this is why we can or can't do what we want to do. We need to understand that. And I think, parents would be understanding to know the thought processes that go behind what you guys are doing. You are the professionals. And most importantly, we need to know what is going to happen for September, because if we're not back to normal in September, it's a big problem, because obviously we will be out of school. We will not be in full school for almost 2 years. So please just communicate. Please be transparent, and please just work with us in that sense. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Amy, I just want to clarify what you said is you all will get your your questions answered. I think it's just a matter of going through them and then they'll be answered. So people don't think that we're intentionally not answering questions or that. Yeah.
No, I think at this point, we want to make sure we get to as many as we can. And if we stop and have conversations about them, we're just concerned that it will go forward. We have done this before, where we've had a number of questions, and Dr. Dolan and district staff have put together Q&A components, and it may inform what she chooses to address in any of her weekly messages and so forth. So there are opportunities for us to get to a lot of these, but we do want to hear as many people as we can, which is, I think, why we've stopped commenting back at, It's unfortunate that I think Brian's still trying to, it's a little harder than an average board meeting, because we have so many participants that as he's figuring out who's next, he has to find them in order to unmute the microphone. So.
Kim Dickey, Kim, you'll be next. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Yes, hi, Brian. My name is Kim Dickey. I live at 885 North Avenue. I wear a bunch of hats in the district. I am a parent of a junior at Westfield High School. I have also been a middle school counselor at Roosevelt for 20 plus years. And I am vice president and grievance chair of the WEA, the Westfield Education Association. The only point that I wish to make tonight has to do with something that one of the speakers talked about earlier, which was a question to Dr. Dolan if we are getting any sort of union pushback. And I just have to say that as vice president of the WA, I'm really proud of what our teachers have done over the past year, because they are literally doing the impossible. They are reinventing the wheel. This is not something that we've been trained to do. If you remember a year ago on March 16th, when we left the school district that day for professional development, we left because we were trying to slow the curve for 2 weeks. Well, here we are a year later, and here we are doing things that we have never been trained to do, yet we're stepping up to the plate each and every single day because we want our students to succeed. We are members of the Restart Committee, and we have been part of this plan from day one. Yes, we've had concerns about ventilation, and they've been addressed by the district. Yes, we've had concerns about masks and sanitation, but they've been addressed. And we want our students back, and we want them back safely. There is no pushback by the Teachers Association, because we believe, and we have been very proud of the fact that the Education Association and the Westfield Board of Ed have had an ongoing relationship for as long as I've been in the district and for many years prior to that. It's always been a professional relationship. I want to say that our teachers are here. Our teachers want to see our students succeed, and our teachers are here every single day doing the right thing. Thank you, Brian.
Kim, I just want to quickly address your comment. Of the board members that are sitting up here, I think I've probably pushed it back against the association the most over the years. And you guys have been nothing but professional and helpful and cooperative with the board's intent and trying to find a collaborative solution that everybody can work with to get the most kids back in school as quickly as possible, including giving up a week plus of our time over the summer, figuring out how that was going to work from a contractual standpoint. So I just want to thank you guys for going above and beyond what some other districts that we compare ourselves to, what their associations have done. Thank you.
Emily Barker, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow Avenue. I have a couple of points and a couple of questions. One, I have nieces and nephews in New York City schools who are in school 8 to 2. This is in Queens, in New York City, also in the state of Connecticut. They have been in school since December. So again, I don't understand why Westfield can't make that work. Point number 2. Elementary school, 4 hours is not packed with meaningful instruction. There are specials in the morning, such as gym, which I know is important for children's development, but if they only have 4 hours of schooling, I think that there should be more emphasis on the subjects that are more important for them in their daily learning. Reading, math, literacy, science, social studies, which they are not getting. Why has there not been a decision to have specials in the afternoon when they are not in school? Point number 3, just a note. During the Spanish flu, I have done a lot of research on this. They figured out school for children full time. That is in 1912, if I remember, something like that. We are in 2021 and we've been doing this for a year. We need to be better at it. And the last point, since you are not answering questions, and I understand, again, I will reiterate someone else's question is, when will you give us those answers? When will the transparency be here? We are a well-off school district. The plexiglass, if that was important, should have been figured out in September. And we are sitting here right now where all of us are paying very high taxes to live here because of the school districts. And we are being told that there are no answers as to a date when September of 2021 will be discussed. So how are we to have trust in the Westfield School District and knowing that we will have our children be educated properly, so that we should not yank our kids out of public school in this district and move them to private school? Thank you.
Dana Katz, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. Please again, give your name and address.
Hi, thanks. Dana Katz, 731 Clarence Street. I first want to commend the educators for their dedication to the kids. I have a daughter in 5th grade at McKinley, and I have a high schooler in 9th grade. The teachers have been amazing. I cannot say the same for this board. And while I don't want this to be a pile-on, I must comment that you said you are doing everything to get the kids back to school. However, you continue to fail the children, the parents, and the overall community. Late start to purchase plexiglasses, no meeting to get the 3rd to 5th grade kids back to school, no clear plan for marking period 4 when all the high school kids are planning to go back in person. Come on. Did you not honestly think that over 600 parents on this phone call would not be demanding answers to these questions? You did not come prepared with the answers, so shame on you. If this was corporate America, the lack of action would be unacceptable and you would be fired. It is time to think out of the box and get creative. These are unprecedented times and it's time for you to step up. The fact, like I said before, that close to 600 parents have logged on should be your wake-up call. Get our kids back to school. You are doing the bare minimum. You have to be better. We as parents want to work with you. We want to be partners with you to get our kids back to school. Many of us work in corporate America, and we are exposed to how businesses are addressing and bringing people back. We can help. Please reach out to parents and ask us for help. Thank you.
Brian Speranzini, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. Again, please give your name and address. You're unmuted. Brian, are you there? Go ahead. Dan Edelstein, I'll unmute you now. You can go ahead and ask your question. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. That was a tough act to follow from the last caller. And for the record, the Spanish flu began in 1918, just in case anyone was curious. As the last speaker spoke and made reference to corporate America, I hate to use cliched buzzwords, but we take words like transparency and best practices and learning from loss very seriously. And while I don't want to beat a dead horse on the dozens and dozens of comments that have been made, but I really implore the board to kind of check in with yourself after this evening ends, based on what your constituents have told you, because I can assure you that the vast majority of people on this call, if their constituency groups communicated back to them, action would be demanded. And I think, the one takeaway I hope you hear is that action is being demanded. And please, the community has spoken and we require your attention and your action. Thank you.
Vanessa Schwartz, I'll unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Yes, Vanessa Schwartz, 812 St. Mark's Avenue. I think, first of all, I do want to applaud all the teachers, and I do want to give credit where credit's due to this board and to the superintendent. I look at other towns, cities in New Jersey where I think the point was made. There are kids in this state who have not been back to school in a year. And I find that very sad. I think where we may all be at a disconnect here is how willing are we as parents to look a little bit beyond the CDC, or at least look at other recommendations, or not the CDC in a vacuum. Look at the big picture of the pros and the cons of having 5 full days back to school at least by September, or at least the push, the effort, the willingness to do this, because The mental health is suffering. I see it's very sad, and I know a lot of attention is paid on the elementary school, and I get that. I've been there, but I have high schoolers, and it's tough to watch. And it's okay up till now. We had to do what we had to do. But man, going forward, we have vaccine now. Things are hopefully, God willing, moving in a better direction. We should be all working our butts off to try to get everybody back to school. And the last point I want to make is the teaching into the computers. If we have to be hybrid, that has to be rethought. We cannot have online classes while you're physically sitting in school. Can we have cameras that follow the teacher around? Do we have to have online school when the child is in school? Is that really necessary going forward as kids start coming back? Thank you.
Gary Buchhalter, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. Again, please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Gary Buchhalter, 745 Lenape Trail. Obviously, I agree with just the frustration of all the parents. I am a parent of a first, fourth, and seventh grader. Just one comment before my question. I do find it appalling that board members tonight were unclear about what we were going to be doing for K through second. To me, if you're going to have a meeting like this and invite parents in, this is an opportunity to have everything together. It just felt like you guys specifically don't even know what we're doing starting March 15th, which again is appalling. My one question, which a attendee actually just recently stated, which I think she hit the nail on the head, for our K through second graders, if we all agree that our kids are falling behind, have we already decided to specifically focus on just math, reading, and writing during the 4 hours that they're going to be in session and move all specials to the afternoon? It's obviously something that I've noticed with my first grader, but there is very little education that is getting done, and it is very clear that kids are not at the appropriate grade level. Thank you.
Kyle George, I'll unmute you now. You can ask your questions. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, Kyle George, 605 Short Hills Court. In January 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger disintegrated suddenly shortly after liftoff. In a way, March 2020 was a Challenger-like disaster for our children's education and their future. In the aftermath of the actual Challenger disaster, President Reagan required a return to flight plan, a plan that would let the shuttle program continue with whatever action was necessary within 120 days. And that plan was delivered that same year, laying out the recommendations and milestones for a return to flight. It's now been almost 1 year since COVID struck. You've had a year to come up with the Westfield School District's own return to flight plan, a way to get our children back in school 5 days a week for parents and teachers that feel safe to attend. COVID surprised us all. It's understandable that we erred on the side of caution in 2020. But now, by all accounts, and based on the data, we know what we're dealing with. Finally, tonight, you spoke of a rough outline of a plan. And I got excited because my kids are in the K through 2 grade level. But then it was revealed that you haven't even ordered the plexiglass, and you're not sure of the desk layouts. You haven't taken the measurements yet. What kind of planning and preparation is that? I sure hope the plexiglass isn't back ordered. You've had 3x more time than the Challenger Commission to publicly produce a real plan that accounts for the different scenarios that may materialize and take steps to get ready. Your plan today sounds like you were surprised by the sudden need to take more students back in person. You owe parents a transparent and visible plan that takes us through next school year. It needs milestones, contingencies, logic-based, data-driven decision points, a bias to take action, and a forward-looking mindset that gets our children back to school in a risk-managed way now, and if conditions change anytime on a rolling 12-month basis. The plan should also include how to assess and deal with children falling behind at any grade level. This is a well-funded and well-resourced district with motivated parents that are willing to help you solve problems. There's simply no excuse for not having a transparent return to flight plan for our children's future, no matter the grade level. It is your responsibility to provide this. I agree wholeheartedly with the gentleman that spoke earlier about how Westfield should be leading and not following. In summary, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. One final comment, you absolutely should be asking superintendent candidates what their plan is. Interview the candidate for the job you need them to do, not the ideal world we aren't in right now. Finally, thank you to the teachers who are doing the best they can in this leadership vacuum. Thank you.
30 seconds.
I'm done.
Fucking questions all day. I'm sick of it. You and Andy grew up together. Yeah.
Next, John Lamparillo. I'll unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Again, state your name and address.
Hey, John Lamparello, 1088 Rahway Avenue. I guess first I'd like to say I was impressed. I mean, a number of people today, right, said why they moved to Westfield, right? And they mentioned because of the schools. And I think that's a testament to Dr. Dolan, to the teachers, to everything that we've done in this district in preparing the schools, right? But I'd also say that's a double-edged sword because we're at a time where other districts are open, right? We're at a time where private schools are open, right? And what does this mean for people wanting to stay in Westfield? If the district isn't performing up to the level of other opportunities, right? Especially at a time where an increasing number of us, let's be honest, are never going to have to go back to New York again, right, to work. So being in a proximity to New York becomes a lot less important. So the schools are really why a lot of us are here. And if the Westfield schools are falling behind the other towns around us or the private schools, I think that's a major issue that could potentially impact a lot of our desire to want to stay in the great town that we've loved up until this point. I guess in terms of questions, one of the things I'd like to bring up is, and it's been said before, is really around the transparency aspect of all of this. I think, you know, one of the most frustrating things being on the parent side is not knowing, you know, why decisions are being made. Dr. Dolan referenced before, you know, Super Bowl numbers that COVID cases went up after the Super Bowl. That's not data that I've seen, but if that's data that you guys have, certainly I'd like to see that data and try and understand what are the types of things that are driving decisions to open schools, right? Or open further from where we are. You know, you mentioned the plexiglass. That's been something that's been talked about. No one ever really said, hey, at some point we're going to have to get plexiglass and that's our next step at some point, right? So I think that transparency and how we can increase that is a big thing. I think along those lines too, I was happy to hear about the opening tonight, that we're moving in a step further again for my students. But why today, right? I would ask, and it goes back to that transparency, why not last week or next week or the week after? Was it because the CDC said something specific? Was it because we got to a specific level of cases? Why today? And I don't know that, and I don't think we know that. So I think increasing that transparency would really help. And then I guess lastly, just moving towards September, right? I think one of the concerns I have today was talking a lot about lunch and eating, and we can't eat. I don't see what's going to change between now and September that's going to allow kids to eat in school, right? I mean, the same scenario is going to happen exactly the same in September. So tell me why, what we're doing now to let kids eat in school in September so that we can have full days. And then I guess lastly, I would just say around a transition plan. I have a lot of concerns with Dr. Dolan. Again, who's done a very good job in tough situation. We're now entering the most important part of this point of this, which is, how do we reopen fully? And now we're going to lose our leadership and have someone come in who doesn't know the district, doesn't know the schools, doesn't know the principals. Conceivably, maybe they do, right? But also maybe they don't. And how do we transition into that, especially in a scenario where so many of the board members tonight didn't know what was going on in terms of reopening, and definitely us as parents don't know
John, your
what's
time
going
is
on.
up.
So I think that's what I would say around that.
Thank you. Next, Paul Grigil. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. You have 3 minutes. I'll unmute you now.
Thank you. No problem. It's Paul Greigel, 622 Salter Place. I'm a parent of 5th and 7th graders. I'd like to thank you first for your time and service. However, I also ask you, the school administrations and teachers, to do all they can to get children in school more, to salvage some sense of normalcy. Frankly, I was just disappointed to learn that the current plan is only for K through 2, but hope that you're listening to all of us tonight and countless more taxpaying parents to try harder and be more transparent. I also would ask you to consider loosening restrictions on events outside the classroom, particularly for 5th graders. My son and his classmates have missed out on nearly the last quarter of their elementary school experience. Field trips, the Wax Museum, concerts, overnight at Fairview Lake. None of these things. I understand they can't all be done, but in the past 11 months, we've figured out how to do a lot of different things in this world. My heart breaks for him and for all the other students in their final years at their respective schools. I just please ask, do all you can to try to give the kids in their last year at their schools some positive memories in and outside the classrooms. And certainly for those of us continuing here in the district to have a plan in place to get us back in the classrooms and bring some normalcy back next year. Thank you.
Next, David Becky. Again, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. It's David Beakey, 857 Shadow Lawn Drive. I just want to make a few points. First, I have 3 kids in the district. I have a senior, a junior, and a 5th grader. And frankly, what's going on in the elementary schools is certainly what I consider a travesty. I hear Dr. Dolan hiding behind CDC guidelines and public health guidelines for the idea that these kids can't actually be in school for the more than 4 hours a day that they are now. The CDC guidelines are clear that students can eat lunch in schools if they're socially distanced. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for this decision to be made by this district. I was listening to Paul earlier tonight talk about assessments. He was talking about AP scores from last year when those kids were actually in school for 80% of the year. These assessments have not been done on our children. I don't think it's fair to use our children as experimental guinea pigs to determine whether this experiment in distance learning is working. I just want to say, from the comments that have been made tonight, from the other parents I speak to in the district, board and Dr. Dolan have lost the confidence of the vast majority of parents in this district. I think it's incumbent upon you to have more transparency, to get a plan together, to get these kids in school, to actually follow the guidelines you say you're following, or step aside, resign. Get someone in there who can do it. Get a new superintendent in there today who can do it, because September is only 7 months away, and you're leaving parents with no choice but to either move out of the district or send their kids to private school, because it's not going to go on for another year. Parents aren't going to stand for it. Good night.
Ed Lozinski, I'll unmute you now. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, this is Ed Lozinski, 857 Highland Avenue. First, I want to thank the teachers, like many parents did tonight. We all know how much sacrifice they've made and how hard they're working and all the extra hours they're putting in to prepare for the rigors of remote learning with cohorts of children coming in every other day. And we know it's very difficult. And we know that they're not the reason why our kids aren't back in school. So we have to ask why. Why aren't our kids back in school yet? Who is responsible for this? Is it the administration? Is it the board? You know, as a parent, as a taxpayer, like many folks on the call today, I think we're holding you accountable. You're the board. What is your function as a board, if not to step up during crisis? You're allowed to have opinions, are you not? Are you not expected to prioritize our children's education? Where is the creativity? Where is the leadership? Where's the urgency, the transparency? I will give Dr. Dolan credit in that she is very responsive. If you ask Dr. Dolan a question and send her an email, she will get back to you. Not this board. Not a single board member has stood out. You are the pilots. The plane is crashing. Grab the wheel. Step up. It's time. Thank you.
Next, DT Genvega, I'm going to unmute you now. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, this is Dipti Janveja. I live on 747 Warren Street. I have a second grader, and then I have a son who would be entering the school district in September. I think most of what I want to share has been covered by many of the parents who are just really frustrated and disappointed in the way things have been handled. I think I have a few questions. So I think one is, it sounds like today, over the course of the last 3.5 hours, parents have shared tons and tons of creative solutions on how to get the kids back for longer instruction, how to improve instruction, how to improve the quality of the instruction. And you guys as a team have either explored these or not explored these. If you've explored them, what are the limitations in some of these creative solutions to get our kids back in school more? Is it a resourcing and funding issue? Have all these options been explored? I know people have talked about transparency and the fact that none of us understand why we can't do some of these things, I think is a huge detriment, because it is causing us to lose confidence in your ability to provide really great solutions for our children. And frankly, given that you don't have a plan for how to get the 3rd to 8th graders back in school this spring, I have zero confidence that you're going to have a plan to get the kids back in school for September. So like many other parents, I'm trying to figure out, as a working parent, what do I do in September when I need to go back into the office and my kids are only in school 2 days a week for 4 hours. Number two, I think we've talked about 4 hours of instruction being jam-packed. One, that is not accurate. It's not jam-packed. I watch my daughter 3 times a week at home. This is not at all a ding to the teachers. Our teacher is absolutely fantastic. I love her. I think all the teachers so far have been great, but jam-packed is not accurate. They are not meeting their needs academically, but beyond that, it doesn't address mental health. It doesn't address the social emotional learning. And we're in a pandemic. These kids are suffering mentally from just everything going on in the world, but they're also suffering from not the lack of development that they should be getting in those areas. How are you addressing that? What is your plan for that? Why are you not focusing on that? Why are you not providing more resources to parents and to the schools and to the teachers and providing education around that? And when do you plan to share all of these things? Thank you.
I believe that's everyone.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian, there was one caller I saw, Emily Barker, who spoke at the beginning before we started the formal session, and she asked a number of times to speak because I don't think she really got her question through. Can we allow her to speak?
She did. No, she was one of the people who got called on, I thought.
Did she get called on during the okay,
Yes.
I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure.
It was just that we had so many individuals asking questions. It took a while till we got to her, but we did get to her.
Okay. I just saw the comment a number of times.
I think I just saw a new person come in.
Kathy Murphy.
Okay, Kathy Murphy, you're unmuted. Again, please state your name and address.
Hi, Kathy Murphy at 312 Jefferson Avenue. My question is just around, I have a fifth grader over at Wilson, and it's just around the IEPs. So currently right now in the elementary schools, some of the children with IEPs are in school 5 days a week. So my question is, for the other children with IEPs, does the district have a plan that they will go back sooner or full time for 5 days a week?
And we have a question from Mona Hakala. Mona, you would like to speak? I'll unmute you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the time. It's Mona Hakala at 616 Benson Place. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Dr. Dolan and the board for, from the beginning of the year. I think it probably seemed like a near Herculean effort to get all of, our students and staff back in a safe way. And I think that we were so appreciative and overwhelmingly grateful that we were able to do that. I assumed, now I realize it was naively, throughout the course of last year, that as we were sort of working with the successful hybrid plan, behind the scenes, there was constant motion in place and a plan in place and forward thinking, so that we would know that come maybe January, come February, come March, come April, we would have some specific metrics. And if we reach those metrics, we would have a plan in place to safely return to school. Again, naively, I wasn't thinking just a half-day, 5-day program. I was thinking potentially by the end of the year, there was a potential for the kids to go back full-time. So obviously, I see that that hasn't been the case. And I was overwhelmingly disappointed to see that it took this movement of parents to even get some sort of forward thinking in place with these additional plans that we've heard tonight. I will say I was very disappointed that the K through second is the only group that's being looked at right now for a potential change. I wanted to know who arbitrarily came up with second grade as that cutoff and what the criteria was around that, number one. And then number two, the third to fifth grade, I'm shocked that when asked when the restart committee was meeting again to plan in detail, there was no date on the calendar. Why is that committee not meeting on a bi-weekly or daily basis in order to get these plans into place? As many callers have stated, it's March. We only have a very limited time left in the school year to really, make a difference for our children that are at home. And then lastly, I think it's middle school is barely even mentioned tonight. I also have a middle schooler and I'm interested what the plans are for a change to the middle school current curriculum. Thank you.
I don't see any other individuals.
And maybe we could close the Q&A for now. There's another portion of the meeting later. If people have additional comments, they can be made later. And I would hazard a guess, Dr. Dolan, that you will try to get word out to people as soon as you can, but obviously there's quite a bit to digest in what's been asked so far.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Absolutely.
Some
We'll
of what,
get it out.
yeah.
Yes, but there is yes, absolutely. And some of it's already available on the website,
Yeah.
so that'll be easier to get to everyone.
Yeah,
But we will.
and to the best of our ability, we'll try to clarify the questions that may have misstated some of what's happening in the district or some of what's been said tonight, and we'll try to get that out to people as soon as we can.
Agreed. Agreed. And then with that, I'm suggesting that we move on to the second report, which is a budget presentation. We are at the very beginning of that. Some people know that the governor spoke earlier today. We do not yet have our budget figures, but our business administrator, Dana Sullivan, is here to present some introductory information regarding the budget for next year.
Go ahead, Brian. So the budget process, as you know, we spend about 8 months a year working on the budget. Brian, you can move forward to the calendar. Just 1 second. So in the fall, we start looking at enrollment. Our official enrollment count is October 15th. We then project enrollment for the following year. So we start projecting our staffing needs as well as our supply needs. Information is distributed to the schools. In December, we had a board meeting where the board gave input on the goals of the budget for this coming year, 21-22. And from December through January, both Dr. Dolan and myself met with every department head and every principal in the district to review their budget. That's now been put together into the draft budget document. As Dr. Dolan stated, we still do not have state aid. The governor did do his message today, and his message was hopeful. There is additional money certainly going towards schools, it sounds like. And it does sound like they're going to continue to implement the formula, which should give us maybe some additional state aid, but we actually won't get those numbers till Thursday. Next Tuesday night, we have another board meeting. We'll have another discussion of the budget. And then on March 16th, the board will adopt a preliminary budget that will be sent to the county. They will review the budget, and then April 27th, the board will adopt the final budget. Go ahead, Brian. So just some facts about the schools. This year, our enrollment is 6,017 students. We do have 12 buildings. 10 of them are schools, one's an admin building, and one is a field house. In addition to that, we have a lot of fields and space and district land that we maintain. The average age of our buildings is 70 years old, so that's a lot of maintenance required on those buildings. We do have about 845.5 full-time equivalent staff. So that means that we count staff per the state as a full-time equivalent. We actually have more than 1,000 staff members total, but full-time equivalent is a term we use where if we have a 0.8 person and a 0.5 person, we count that as a 1.3 FTE. And you can see the breakdown there of how those staff are comprised. We do have about 1,200 students with IEPs that are classified. Next slide, Brian, please. So the goals that were set by the board, I mentioned that on December 8th, we had a workshop. These were the goals that the board had given us at that time. To continue to maintain class sizes within the guidelines set by policy, to maintain the funding for recently approved courses, to maintain funding for the school resource officers that we currently have in place, to maintain our fund balance at the 2%, which is the maximum amount that we're allowed by law to actually have. To stay within the 2% cap, that's a tax levy increase cap, plus any eligible waivers. As you know, this year we did institute a one-to-one Chromebook initiative. So we are in the process of assessing that for next year and funding that as well to ensure compliance with CDC and DOE guidelines for next year and determine if there was any reallocation of funds as a possibility of remote learning. Just some terms for the budget. General fund, the total amount of money required to pay for programs, that's our operating budget, to put it in a different way. Debt service is the fund where we account for the repayment of interest and principal on debt that's outstanding in the district. The special revenue fund is where we account for all of our grants. That's local grants, meaning PTO grants, as well as state and federal grants that we receive. And the tax levy would be the total sum of money that is raised from property taxes in the town. Next slide, Brian, please. Fund balance or surplus, which are two words that mean the same thing, basically. So fund balance is created when a school district either recognizes more revenue than they anticipated, or we spend less money than we anticipated. And that generates a fund balance at the end of the year. We always generate a fund balance because we can't run a deficit. We're not allowed to run a deficit. And so unless you can budget to an exact zero, which nobody could do, we always would run with a fund balance and obviously not a deficit. Capital reserve, that's an account where we are able to put money that we generate out of fund balance into that account, and we save it for large capital projects that we do in the district on our facilities. As I mentioned before, we have 12 buildings that are 70 years old. And then the maintenance reserve is another account. These are accounts that are defined by the state as to how we can use them. And those are for smaller projects that are for maintenance on those buildings. Next slide, please, Brian. So some facts about the budget. 94% of our budget is from tax levy. Tax levy can only increase 2% plus any eligible waivers unless the board asks the community for a separate proposal. That would be a separate part of the budget that would be voted on as a separate piece of the budget, and it would either be, if it was approved, the board could go ahead and add those things to the budget, or if it was not approved, it would be something we could not offer. And the tax levy increase is about $2 million. That 2% translates to about $2 million. This year, there will be no waiver for health insurance increases. The state determines that based on the state health plan. Our projected increase, this was a preliminary projection, is at 8%. We are working with our brokers right now and hoping to get that down as they get another month's worth of health insurance costs to review. We're hoping that that will go down a little bit, but right now that increase is about 1.5 million. And we do not think at this point that we'll qualify for any other waivers to the cap increase. Next slide, Brian. A separate proposal, which I mentioned earlier, cannot include any mandated expenses, so no special ed costs or any costs that were mandated by law for programs that were mandated to provide. We currently have negotiated contracts in place with 3 of the associations. 2 of the associations have contracts expiring this June. And the salary increases for the contracts that are in place range from 2.85 to 3%. Next slide, Brian. Special ed costs are mandated in IEPs, so we must provide those services. And those costs continue to increase beyond 2%, and that's about another $1 million. Other contractual costs continue to increase. Insurance, workers' comp, liability, property, those are all different types of insurance. that we maintain. Our transportation costs continue to increase beyond the 2%, and that's largely due to the shortage of drivers in the state. Our retirement costs increase and Social Security. The district can maintain a fund balance of 2%, and that's $2.5 million, which we keep in a reserve for unanticipated expenses. And we do maintain that 2%, which is not a lot of money on a $110 million budget. And we do currently use $750,000 of fund balance every year as a revenue. We may consider increasing that this year. The problem with increasing that number is that if there's a year that we do not generate as much fund balance as we typically do, we run the risk of having a shortfall that's a substantial amount of money. And not that 750,000 is not a lot of money, but the higher that you increase that, the harder it is to sustain on an annual basis. So we have been maintaining that at $750,000, but that might be something we look at, depending on the numbers we get on Thursday, to increase for next year. Next slide, please, Brian. Our enrollment the last few years has been relatively stable. You can see back in 1990, we were at 4,300 students. We had a high of 6,300 in 2018. We did dip a little bit this year, but we have been in the over 6,000 student range for the last number of years. Next slide, please, Brian. Again, 94% of our budget comes from tax levy. The other areas of our revenue are the fund balance that I mentioned earlier. Our state aid for this current year is about $4.5 million. Our extraordinary aid, which is aid that is given to us for special ed costs that are above a certain threshold amount, is $975,000. Interest income is projected at $500,000, and then our other sources of income are about $550,000. Next slide, please, Brian. On the expense side, how the money is spent, about 81% of our budget goes to salary and benefits. We are a very labor-intensive industry, so this is common for school districts that most of our budget is spent on staff. Another 6% of our budget is for out-of-district tuition, and that would be for special ed students that have IEPs that require them to be in placements out of the district, or for legal settlements that we have. With transportation and insurance costs, another 5%. Outside providers, behaviorists, OT, PT, and legal costs are about 4%. And then cleaning, repairs, supplies, and whatnot makes up another 4% of the budget. Next slide, please, Brian. And from our total staffing of that 81% of our costs, about 76% of our staffing goes directly into the classroom with teachers for regular ed, as well as special ed teachers and paraprofessionals. And then you can see the breakdown there of the other staff in district. Another almost 7% is for nurses, guidance, and librarians, and another 6% for principals, supervisors, and secretaries. So those are all school-based costs. Maintenance and operations are small, minor percentage of the budget. Next slide, please, Brian. Right now, with these costs that I've showed you, I'm estimating that we're about $3.4 million over cap. I expect that that number is going to come down, because I expect that we're going to be able to make some changes with our health insurance, or I'm hopeful anyway. I'm hoping that we're going to get some good news on state aid. So I am hoping that that number is going to come down, but with our first draft budget, we are now about $3.4 million over the cap. And because 81% of our budget does go towards salary and benefits, when we make any substantial reductions, it has to be in staff. The other areas of the budget are just too small that there are no areas that we can make substantial cuts that would get us to numbers of that magnitude. This budget right now maintains existing staff and programs. It does not include any additional staff or programs for next year. Next slide, please, Brian. We have over the years made some cost-saving measures. The biggest thing that we've done is self-insure our health insurance, and that has enabled us to put, I believe it's now close to $30 million into reserves over the last 5 or 6 years. So that has definitely been a big benefit for us. We have really worked on our workers' comp. That's another large area of expense as far as insurance for us, and we have lowered our claims in that area. We have recently just changed our third-party administrator for prescription benefits, and we expect to see some significant savings there this year. We do purchase supplies through cooperative bids that give us the buying power of hundreds of districts in the state. We share out-of-district transportation routes with other school districts in New Jersey, which helps us to efficiently transport students to other schools rather than just paying for buses on our own. And we do share services with the town of Westfield. Next slide, please, Brian. Because of all those things and other efficiencies, our cost per pupil is low compared to other districts similar to us. When I say similar in size. So these are K-12 districts that are similar in our enrollment numbers. The state gathers audited data and calculates a cost per pupil. This is a cost per pupil that they do take some expenses out of it to make it more comparable from district to district. And you can see that Westfield is in the bottom of this spending. Next slide, please. And conversely, we do spend most of our money on instruction. So although we are a low spending district, we do put it in the classroom, directly into the classroom. And these are the same districts that were on the slide before. So you can see that our priority is to spend it on the classroom. Next slide, please, Brian. Our students, although we are a low spending district, we do have our students are certainly achieving. We do see at every board meeting, we read announcements with achievements from our students, from academics to sports. And these are just some of the achievements that we have heard about all year long. And on the next slide, there's some more. And these are only just a few. There's many more that we know and that we have heard pretty much at every board meeting. Next slide, please, Brian. And these are just some of the community-based projects that our students did this year, which are certainly commendable as well. Next slide, please, Brian. So the next steps are we will receive state aid this week. We will adopt a tentative budget on March 16th to submit to the county office before the March 22nd deadline. And then we will hold a public hearing on the budget on April 27th and approve the final budget. I think that concludes presentation. And I do apologize, I went through it quickly tonight because of the time. But we will have another discussion on Tuesday night. I don't know how detailed it will be on Tuesday night. It depends on when we get the information and what the information tells us, and how quickly we can turn it around for Tuesday, but we'll definitely have some kind of discussion on Tuesday night.
So,
Gretchen?
Thank you, first of all. I guess I'm a little, I didn't appreciate and I didn't understand until tonight about that we lost the ability, we don't have the waiver for the health insurance. And I know that this is all preliminary, right? That we're still to get numbers and you're still working to bring those down. But if that's $1.5 million that we would have otherwise been able to waive, which is about half of what we're over cap, that's huge, right? And I mean, I'm going to borrow Mark Friedman for a minute. We have a bucket. We have 2% that we can increase that bucket by. And if we have, agreements with unions that are well in excess of 2%, special ed costs well in excess of 2%, health insurance costs well in excess, to your point, there's nowhere to go to trim that 3.4 to 1.5 million except cutting staff and programs. And so I'm hopeful, I guess, that the numbers come back more favorably after you keep talking to our health insurance folks. And I'm also really hopeful that the numbers from the state are good, because we've done so well over the last 5, 6, 7 years in sort of reducing that amount of surplus that we've had to rely on every year.
Right.
To have to like arc that back up at this point.
Exactly.
Would just be, it would be a shame. So
I agree. And I am hopeful, because health insurance, the way that typically works is we do see higher costs in the beginning of the year, meaning July and August, because teachers typically are not working, so they can go to the doctors. And this year, I believe that was even magnified because nobody could go to a doctor from March, April,
Right.
May, June, pretty much. So I am hopeful that we're going to get that better numbers on health insurance that will help us with that number. It's not going to be 3.4 million, obviously, but I am hoping that it'll reduce that significantly, at least on the health insurance side. And then if we get a break with state aid and have some increases there, you know, that certainly is going to be a help.
Okay, and conversations, to the extent we have to sort of start talking about cutting staff and programs, those will happen at the finance committee table first and then sort of trickle up to the board. Is that correct?
Well, it'll happen at the administrative level first, and then,
Right.
yeah, and then go to the finance committee and then to the board, correct? I mean, obviously, we only have a couple of weeks to do this, so, you know, and these are timelines imposed by the state. These are not our timelines.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Dana, I saw in the governor's budget report that Rob sent around to us this afternoon, that the legislature is still planning on implementing S2 as it was proposed. Is
Right.
there? And I know we talked a little bit, but there was no definitive guidance as to whether they're using last year's enrollment numbers or this year's enrollment numbers, because that would pretty much wipe out any increases we would get if they ran it the way they're expecting to.
I believe they're going to use October 15th, 2020. I haven't heard that they're not. So yes, so that could potentially hurt us with state aid. They do know that a lot of districts have seen a decrease because of COVID. Whether or not they're going to take that into account, I don't know. I haven't heard that they are, for sure.
I know it's one thing that your association and school boards were lobbying for, but no clear guidance as to what the final decision was yet.
Correct. Sono? I mean, why?
So
Names were, I know. No, I know. I heard, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's, everybody's pictures are moving for some reason on me. I don't know why.
So I had a question about the overage, right? So I realize 3.4 million is preliminary, but let's just, for hypothetical purposes, let's say it's 2 million. And we cannot take that out of the reserve. Is that correct? And before you answer that, the 750,000 that's in the fund balance, is that effectively last year's estimate of how much we think we would be over? But if we're over by 2 million, then we only have 1.25 million that we've got to pay for, or we have to cut.
So the 750 is, we use that's surplus that we use as a revenue every year. So it's money that we anticipate is going to not be spent in the current budget and used in next year's budget, basically, for revenue. The first part of your question was the 2 million. If we're 2 million over cap, what was the question? Oh, can we take that from reserves? Well, you could take that from reserves, but that would give you a budget problem the following year, because if you decided to take the whole 2 million or whatever from reserves, potentially if you don't have that money the following year, you're going to start the following year in a hole, before you even do anything, you're going to have a $2 million revenue hole. So we have been, when about 8 years ago, I believe we were using $1.5 million every year for the budget. And we intentionally reduced that down. That's what Gretchen was referring to before. We reduced that down to 750,000 so that if we were not able to sustain the 750,000 every year, it would not create a gap in the following year's budget. We have been able to generate, because of self-insurance, we have been able to generate that revenue every year. So it might be something that we think about now increasing. I wouldn't go to 2 million. I think that's high, but we might think about increasing that.
No, it took us 8 years to get down from 1.5 to 750.
Yeah.
No, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what's the point of the reserve then? Isn't the reserve, not to say that it should cover 2 million, but isn't the reserve in part for these types of situations where we don't have, and we're over budget and we don't want to cut teachers or we don't want to cut staff and services? I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the point of the reserve.
No, they actually don't. They only allow us to keep 2.5 million in reserve. And that's for, like, if you had, like a boiler blow or something and you needed to, well, we also now have capital reserve for that as well. But it's really just like a bank account in case you had expenses that you didn't anticipate. You can use that for your budget, but if you use that, then you're not going to have anything. And then the following year, potentially you have a bigger problem.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
So if you don't generate it the next year, if you don't generate the savings the next year, then you start the following year with the gap.
Right. Right. So we try to keep that level, and we've been keeping it at 750. We try to keep that as a level, like same amount every year, so that you don't have this going up and down.
Right. Okay, I guess I thought we had a lot more than 2.5 million in reserve, but
well, the reason you think that, we do, but we can't keep it in that reserve account. We have to put it in the maintenance and capital reserve. These are laws created by the state. And once it goes in the capital and maintenance reserve, it can only be used on buildings, maintenance and capital projects.
Okay.
That can't be used. They won't let us. If the state would allow us to keep money in a reserve account and then every year use a piece of it,
right,
that would be right. Then we could do that, but they won't allow us to do that.
And so worst case scenario is that we would have to cut staff.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll give the last scenario, Dan. I think you kind of touched upon this. Or you go to the voters to have them voted on a budget.
Right.
Right, but that wouldn't be till November, and we couldn't implement it for the start of the school year.
Correct. And it's only a select number of things that you can put in there because it's nothing that's mandated.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
So,
all right, we'll have.
going to say fingers crossed.
Yeah, and I'll have more information on Tuesday night, and then we'll go from there. And I'll have it before Tuesday, but I'll present it to you Tuesday.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dana. Yeah, thank you. I know you're not feeling tip top, and it's later than we would normally be doing this, but we appreciate you walking us through this, and we look forward to hearing a little bit more as we progress through the next month or two.
Dana, we're expecting state aid numbers Thursday or Friday?
Thursday. The governor has to release it within 4 to 8 hours of his budget message, which was today, so we'll get it sometime on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If there's no other comments from board members at this point. All right. I'd like to move on to the next point in the agenda then, which is I would like the board to approve the minutes of the board meetings held on February 2nd, 4th, and 16th of 2021, and the private minutes of February 2nd, 4th, and 16th of 2021. I don't think we've ever done this many before. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
I think I saw Rob's hand first. Thank you, Rob. Voice vote, Dana? I'm sorry. Yes, all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye and wave your hand.
Aye.
Okay, any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, no no's. Great, good. All right, moving on
So
to the
Amy,
personnel.
Amy,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to prolong the evening, but I do see that we still have over 100 participants. So I don't know if anyone had budget questions. Is it appropriate to give them an opportunity to ask them now, or do you want to wait till the end?
I'd prefer to wait, but if there's a movement afoot among board members to do it now, we can do it now.
That's totally fine. Just wanted to raise it as I saw people were still on.
Okay.
There was a meeting that I missed. I can't remember which was the meeting. So I need to abstain from
voting on the minutes.
Yeah.
It was February 4th.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah. Okay.
So why don't we put a poll out there and see if there are members interested in raise their hand if they have budget questions, and if there's only a couple, we can take them now.
Let's just get through the business agenda, and we'll take it in 5 minutes by the time we get through the rest of our regular business.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Trust us. We can put some jets on this one now. All right. Okay. So I would like the board to consider personnel items 1 through 20, I believe, with the update.
Second.
Great. Brendan is seconding. Dr. Dolan, I believe you have a comment or two on this one for us.
I do. Tonight, I'm announcing with regret the retirements of 4 staff members who have given a total of 78 years of service to Westfield students. Sadie Planner is retiring from Jefferson School after 26 years of caring attention as a lunch aide. Jack Fariello began his career in Westfield in 2012 as a custodian at Wilson, and 2 years ago he became the head custodian there and has been dedicated to making Wilson a clean and safe environment. For the last 20 years, Terry Pastor has been a valued member of the child study teams at Tamaulipas, Edison, and Roosevelt. She is certainly a compassionate woman who cares deeply about the students and families she's worked with. And Lisa Quackenbush has been a special education teacher at Wilson for 23 years. Her expertise and depth of understanding has resolved difficult situations, and we certainly wish all of these staff members healthy retirements.
Dr. Dolan, if I may, I did want to address Jack and Mrs. Quackenbush. Got to know both of them very, very well. Jack is just a fantastic person, seen quite often on a lot of mornings outside. And when we were doing lunches in school, saw Jack quite often when volunteering. Just a really tremendous person who not only dedicated his time during school and in his employment role, but also he participated a lot in fundraising events. And you saw him around quite a bit outside of that. And Mrs. Quackenbush is just, very special person. She's done tremendous things for my daughter, and I definitely appreciate all the work she's done as well.
I too would like to just shout out to Lisa Quackenbush. I've known her since before she was a teacher in the district. I've known her kids forever. We went to kindergarten together. And she's just a face you see around town and always know she's up to doing something good. So wish everybody well in their retirement.
Absolutely. Okay, so I believe we need a roll call on vote on this, Dana, is that right?
Correct.
Yep.
Sahara Aziz.
Here.
Mike
Yes.
Beelan. Mike Beelan.
Yeah.
Brendan Galligan.
Yes.
Rob Garrison.
Yes.
Layla Morelli.
Yes.
Gretchen Oleg.
Yes.
Tara Porto.
Yes.
Sonal Patel.
Yes.
Amy Root.
Yes. Okay, let's see, moving along. Facilities, Mike, we got your notes today, thank you.
Sure, just give you an overview of what was discussed at the meeting. We covered a couple of topics at our recent facilities meeting on February 12th. The main topic of conversation was reopening schools, and we focused in on kindergarten, Lincoln, and the elementary schools, and discussed the dividers that were being ordered by the district. I also mentioned about the listing of questions that I was compiling, and just generally, I mean, just what we've discussed. So I'm not going to go through everything, but essentially, we administrators understand we want the kids back, but we just need to make sure we're aligned. One of the issues that did come up, which was discussed tonight, is we have the filtration systems in the schools, and teachers are still opening the windows, and we just need to make sure somehow that gets addressed, because I've heard it from multiple parents where students are unable to sit in the classroom because it's so cold, and they're going remote because of it. Also, just the area just about cleaning of classrooms. I had asked the question about how long it takes to clean a classroom and why we're able to do it at Lincoln versus other schools. To clean a classroom, it takes about 15 minutes per classroom, and there's 3 maintenance people at Lincoln. So we have 9 classrooms that need to get cleaned. So each maintenance person can do 3 classrooms, and that's where they're able to have that split section. In the larger classrooms, unless we find a way to get more maintenance people to go and clean the schools, that's why they can't do it within a 45-minute time frame. And then second topic, we went over the 5-year plan. We focused really on what our 2021, 2022 projects were. And really the 2021 projects, which we're going to have a presentation in late March that will go over this whole capital improvement plan. So I'm not going to go into all the details, but it's things that we've talked about in the past, like our HVAC project and our door project. So we'll see a formal presentation in late March. And then finally, just as far as we were discussing inside and outside facility use, was usually by the Westfield Y for indoors and Westfield Y and Recreation Department for outdoors. And we're just making sure that they're going to be following proper CDC and Department of Health guidelines. So that's a quick overview of where we are from a facility standpoint. We haven't set our next meeting date, but I'll arrange that with Dana. Okay.
I have a question. So
Sure.
Dana, these are the expenses that then can be spent against that other reserve, the capital reserve?
Correct. It depends on what the expense is. Like capital reserve is for the major projects, and then the maintenance reserve is for the smaller type maintenance projects.
And we could all, okay, and we can't have any other reserve other than that 2.5 million cap.
That's correct. But well, we have an emergency reserve also. That's another reserve account we have, but that's really even more restricted. The reason that we have money in there is because we're self-insured for our health insurance, and that we can use if we have a problem with our self-insurance. That's the emergency reserve. But that's pretty much the only thing we can use that on.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. We'll move on. Long-range planning. Gretchen, got any report for us?
No, I don't report. Although it occurs to me, well, 2 things. One, I thought, the context of long-range planning pre-pandemic was we were really focused on, conversations about full-day kindergarten and how we might be able to implement that within the next few years. Clearly, all of that sort of got sidelined by the pandemic. And there is, in some ways, a lot of long-range planning happening in the district right now, right? We're trying to get everybody back in school. And clearly, there's the planning around the board, replacing the superintendent. So I want to be respectful of how much time and energy everybody's giving to that. I would just say that if the long-range planning committee is another place for us to convene and talk about implementing a plan for 3rd through 5th grade, if that makes sense, then, I'm certainly open to having that conversation with Dr. Dolan. And so I'll reach out this week, Dr. Dolan, and maybe that makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but it's a conversation that we can have. I don't know that there's any other real long-range planning to be doing right now.
Can we change the name to short range planning then?
Yeah, right.
Short-term range planning for sure, yes. Or medium range. There we go. Yeah, medium range.
Pre-planning and
planning.
replanning.
Indeed. Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan, Gretchen.
Sorry, is this strategic planning? The long range planning, is that separate from the strategic planning?
So the strategic plan is something we'll do in the fall with the new superintendent, and that's the 5-year plan. This is sort of to get us between those master planning sessions.
Okay.
Yep. Good question. Thank you. All right. Policies, Brendan.
All right. Ask the board to affirm the superintendent's decision in HIB incident 21E01 for the reasons set forth therein. Can I have a second?
Rob, let's see, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Dana, the roll call.
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Rob Garrison,
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Gretchen Olig,
Yes.
Tara Porto,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root.
Yes.
And lastly, I ask the board to approve for first reading the following policies: 7450 property inventory, 8462 child abuse and neglect. Can I have a second?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you, Sonal. Any questions on those policies? All right. Dana?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Rob Garrison,
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Gretchen Olig,
Yes.
Tara Porto,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root.
Yes.
And just a quick update on the committee. We met last Wednesday, and our next meeting will be on March 17th, where we will be addressing several policies, part of our normal policy review.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Brendan. Moving on to curriculum instruction and programs. I would like the board to consider curriculum items 1 and 2. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Brendan. I'll take Brendan's hand. Thank you. Just really briefly, I circulated notes yesterday, I think. Sorry, they were a long time coming, but we have SIP met on February 4th. We discussed a revision of 3 high school chemistry classes at different levels: Chemistry 1, Chemistry 1 Honors, and Chemistry Concepts. And then also heard from practical arts supervisor and a teacher about a new semester elective called Makerspace, which will be open to pretty much all kids at the high school. As sort of a way to dabble and see if engineering is for them, or if STEM is for them. And it's going to be a very hands-on class. So that was nice to be able to hear about that. And then just recently added is a virtual field trip. I asked Paul if we were approving virtual field trips now, but he said since there was some fees associated with it, it seemed like one that we might want to consider. It looks like a good one. It's for McKinley School as an add-on to one of their, I think, historical fiction classes. So, are there any questions? Nope. Let's vote, please, Dana.
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Mike Beelan,
Yes.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Rob Garrison,
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Gretchen Olig,
Yes.
Tara Porto,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root.
Yes. Thanks. All right. Just lost my page of agenda as I was skipping ahead. I think Rob?
Finance is next.
Finance is next. Thank you.
I ask the board to consider items number 1 through 9. Second. Brendan. As is normal, I do want to point out that we're accepting a gift of $100 from Mr. Kenneth L. McRitchie to finance the 2021 Ian McRitchie Information Technology, and Walton Burris Music Awards. Dana, can you take a roll call, please?
Sahar Aziz,
Yes.
Mike Beeland,
Yeah.
Brendan Galligan,
Yes.
Rob Garrison,
Yes.
Layla Morelli,
Yes.
Gretchen Oleg,
Yes.
Kara Porto,
Yes.
Sonal Patel,
Yes.
Amy Root.
Yes.
So
Okay.
there's no other major report with our last meeting because Dana pretty much went through most of it today with the budget and some other things. We don't have a meeting scheduled, but we typically meet every other Friday, which will likely mean next Friday. So we'll send out a notice to committee members for that next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, we're definitely all going to get up to date on finance for sure. All right, moving on to technology. Gretchen?
No, I'm the one that has the committees that never has anything to vote on. We did meet on February 12th, and Brian and Mary Ann did a great job sort of summarizing historic and where we are in terms of both our technology and our communications as a district. But that's all I have to report tonight.
Okay.
Can I just add just something else that, I mean, we did discuss, Brian explained to us the issue of the servers and how that was related to what happened. But we also did talk about the possibility of at least keeping in mind ways to save costs, right? To cut costs through outsourcing of certain things that maybe we don't have to necessarily do within district. And I know Mike had mentioned that too. So just to give the board an update that is something that we're discussing, and in light of this budget deficit, I think it's good to think of different ways to save money. So
That's on our agenda, right, Brian, for an upcoming meeting?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. He had to find his own unmute button there, so took a minute. Just kidding. Okay, good, thank you. And I know that Mary Ann had come up with a cheat sheet of sorts, kind of an encapsulation of different kinds of communication methods that we're adding to the district website. And we've had conversations too about how the district has a presence on social media, but the one thing, because we never know exactly who's going to be looking at which type of social media, we really try to drive people back to the website for as much information as possible, because there it is and everybody knows it's there and checks in at some point or another. So just as a reminder to the public as well. Okay. All right, I would like the board to consider the notes for the record. We don't vote, so I just assume you're considering them. Thank you. Do we have any unfinished business? No? Any new business that we want to bring up? No? Good. Any liaison reports? Yes, Rob?
Last week, the Wilson School PTO met. We had a very long discussion on school reopening, which we went through a lot tonight as well. I think our meeting was close to 2.5 or 3 hours. But also portions of that were, there were two presentations, one given by Mr. Yu, which was very informative, and some points that were brought up by parents tonight in terms of social emotional learning and helping students cope with everyday life on a normal basis, but especially during COVID. And it was a really good presentation. And then Mrs. Finn, the school nurse, gave a really good overview of some things that she's doing, also dealing with COVID and coordinating information with the other health professionals in the district, as well as Megan Avalo with the town of Westfield. So I thought it was a very good, informative, lively discussion that we had. And I don't think they have a date set for the next one, but I'll report on that after we have it.
Great, thank you. Did I see another hand raised for a report? Yep. Sonal? Yep.
Yeah, the Washington board co-presidents, PTO board co-presidents invited me to their PTO board member meeting. So I had a chance to meet all of their members, heard some of their concerns and their ideas, and they will be having a meeting in early March. Can't remember the date right now, in which I will be attending, which will be for their parents as well, not just the members. So it'll be a more open discussion.
Great, thank you. I saw another hand. Was it Brendan's?
Yep, just a rundown from NJSBA meetings. Board of Directors met on February 5th to discuss their agenda for the next year, for the most part. Every year for the last 4 or 5 years, the association's put together a white paper talking about anything from mental health to school safety to non-college bound learners. This year's focus will be on taking the positives from the COVID shutdown and carrying them forward, whether it's learning how to bring technology into the classroom. It's going to be sort of a best practices paper, so that hopefully the whole year wasn't in vain and we get to use some of it permanently going forward in the way that most makes sense. Additionally, I sat on their nominating committee for the new officers. Officers there are elected to 2-year terms. We had 13 applicants for four positions. It took 2 days to interview them all, and the committee came to a unanimous decision on all 4 positions. Those names will be announced shortly, but they are 4 phenomenal candidates.
Okay, great, thank you. And you got some interviewing experience, from what I understand, right? That we'll be putting to good use with the superintendent. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting trying to interview over WebEx, but we'll all get experience in that.
Yeah. We'll get some, that's for sure. Yes, and do in person what we can. Okay. If there's no other liaison reports, I guess this is the point in the meeting where the public can comment on any topic pertaining to schools. So it doesn't need to be an agenda item. Of course, it is 11:43 p.m. But now is your chance. If you would like to type your name and address into the Q&A box, and Brian will unmute you, and give you an opportunity to comment.
You know, Amy, while we're waiting for someone to make a comment, I did also want to recognize the passing of Layla's father. Quite a figure, and I've learned a lot about him recently in conversations with Layla. I think that certainly someone that'll be missed, and someone who left a great impression on many people.
Thank you. He would have liked you a lot, Rob.
That's nice. Thanks.
Rob Bonaccio.
Okay, Rob, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Great, won't take nearly that long. Rob Bonaccio, 528 Forest Avenue. Just wanted to comment on the superintendent search. We've clearly had some questions of confidence regarding how things are going. Some information that would be helpful, I think, to parents. I know that the board is contracted with the New Jersey School Boards Association to consult on the search. I'd like to have some information regarding them shared with our parents. First, what is the success rate of the New Jersey School Boards Association in selecting candidates? I don't know that that's been vetted. I'd be very interested to hear, say, for the last 5 to 10 candidates that they've recommended, how they are doing in the districts that have hired their recommended candidates. Second, I had imagined that they have submitted a proposal of sorts to dictate precisely what criteria they're going to use, the process they're going to use for the search. I'd love to see that information posted for the parents in the interest of transparency. And finally, I'd be very interested in the board partnering with a committee of parents, perhaps one from each school in the district, to assist in the interview process. I think that would very much help the cause of transparency and make parents a bit more comfortable with the search, given the importance of the position. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else.
No. Time to play our Jeopardy music. This is a 10-second countdown.
Yes, it's
One
that
second.
time.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it's time
It's that time?
for the Jeopardy music.
It is that time. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of comments tonight, a lot of questions. We'll do our best as a district to get some answers out, probably on the website. And I thank everyone for your time and for your stick-to-itiveness. If there is no further comment from board members, I would like to make a motion to adjourn. Can I have a second, please? Thank you, Tara. Okay, all in favor? All right, sounds good. Okay.
Good night.
All right, see you all next week. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everybody.